Chapter 1107. This kick was as fast as lightning. By the time the other party came to his senses, Lu Ming had already kicked him in the stomach. He screamed and flew out, landing in a row with the previous two people. He was sprawled on the ground, looking like a dog eating feces. "Ah, bastard, you're dead meat." The elders of my celestial martial sword faction, as well as senior brothers Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsang, are all here. They're not far from here. The news will spread out soon. A disciple of Tianwu sword sect yelled and threatened Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming strode over and stomped on the disciple's face, causing his face to rub against the ground. Wu Chengkong, Wu Tsang? They're just two pieces of trash who were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. If it weren't for the life talisman, they would have died long ago. I'll wait here for these two pieces of trash. If Lu Shaoqing can kill them, so can I. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at the three disciples of Tianwu sword sect. His cold voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone was stunned. This awesome commander is too awesome. He's going to wait here for Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsang? Is he going to learn from Lu Shaoqing and kill supreme talents? Lu Shaoqing was a peerless supreme talent who was comparable to the five giants. How could a mere law enforcer compare to him? However, they couldn't help but admire Lu Ming's courage. Lu Ming was going to step on the disciple's face and wait here. The other two disciples of the Tianwu sword sect lay on the ground, not daring to say a word. They were afraid that they would be trampled on. However, in their hearts they hated Lu Ming to the core. They could not wait to tear him into pieces. Tai Xing and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Tai Xing walked quietly to Lu Ming's side and said, "Commander, isn't this too much? What if the experts of Tianwu sword sect arrive? What's there to be afraid of? We're from the law enforcement hall. We're here to enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Ming said casually. Tai Xing and the others were speechless. They could only bite the bullet and wait with Lu Ming. News of what happened here spread like a whirlwind. What? Was there such a thing? There's actually such a powerful commander? Let's go take a look. When many people heard the news, they didn't believe it at first. Then they were extremely curious and wanted to go and take a look. Many disciples and geniuses from the overlord factions were astonished when they heard the news. Over the years, the royal clan's power had been declining steadily. The law enforcement army was practically useless. The geniuses and disciples of the transcendent powers could do whatever they wanted in the Saint City. How would the law enforcement army dare to control them? They would rather curry favor with them. Now, there was actually someone who dared to beat up the Sky Martial Sword faction's genius. This piqued the curiosity of many and they all rushed over to watch. In 8th Prince Xiezhen's residence, Xiezhen was drinking tea in the courtyard when Shizheng rushed in. "Guard Shi, why are you in such a hurry?" Xiezhen asked. "8th Prince, it's about Ming Lu." Shizheng Dao. "Oh, is that blind guy dead yet? Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive, right? Emph. How dare you injure this prince? What a blind dog." Xiezhen drank a mouthful of tea and said slowly, "He didn't die. That guy is really audacious. Huang Ke from the Huang family killed someone some time ago. He actually crippled Huang Ke's cultivation." Shizheng replied. Crippled Huang Ke's cultivation? Didn't the Huang family come and kill Ming Lu?" Xiezhen asked curiously. "Of course they did. A spiritual god expert and an old monster with a perfected spirit embryo went. They even called the commander of the law enforcement army." Shizheng said. "Oh, if that's the case, then Ming Lu isn't dead yet?" Xiezhen was curious. In his opinion, Ming Lu should have been slapped to death by the spiritual god of the Huang family. No, that Ming Lu's combat strength is amazing. He actually blocked the attack of the spiritual god, and even used the carelessness of the Saint Emperor. Shizheng gave a brief account of what had happened the last time. Damn it! This Ming Lu actually has such a cultivation, and even used the name of the royal clan. He's lucky to have escaped this calamity. After listening, Xiezhen's face turned ugly. He was very unhappy. Then his expression changed and he said, "You said you rushed here because of Ming Lu. What happened to him?" This time he's dead for sure. He actually beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect." Shi Zheng told him about how Lu Ming beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect, and how he was waiting for the experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect. This Ming Lu is really audacious. Huh. Let's see how he's going to die this time. Let's go. We can't miss such a good show. Let's go and take a look. Xiezhen stood up excitedly and rushed over with Shi Zheng. In the northeast of the Saint City, in front of the restaurant, Lu Ming stepped on the face of a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect and waited there quietly. In the sky, more and more people came and filled the sky. Wu Tsang is here. A loud shout shook the entire place. In one direction, many people opened up a path. In the sky over there, two figures were walking in the air. One of them was the second-grade sky pride of the Sky Martial Sword sect, Wu Tsang. Behind Wu Tsang was Shi Fang. This stunned Lu Ming for a moment. Then he realized that Shi Fang must have reported to Wu Tsang. In fact, that was the case. When Shi Fang heard that Lu Ming had beaten up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect, he knew that his chance had come. He had always wanted to befriend a sky pride like Wu Tsang, but he never had the chance. Now the chance had come. Without hesitation, he rushed to Wu Tsang's residence and passed the news to him. As expected, Wu Tsang was enraged and rushed over. Wu Tsang's footsteps were slow. Every step he took caused the sky to buzz and tremble. It seemed like it couldn't withstand Wu Tsang's anger. Wu Tsang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a cold voice, "Trash of the law enforcement hall. How dare you beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect? Good. Very good. Just you? Where's Wu Chengkong? I heard that you and your fellow disciples were beaten up badly by Lu Shaoqing. Today, I'll learn from Lu Shaoqing and beat all of you up. Unfortunately, it's just you." Lu Ming glanced at Wu Tsang casually and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. Isn't this commander a little too arrogant? Wu Tsang alone isn't enough. He wants to beat up Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsang like Lu Shaoqing? Who does he think he is? Wu Tsang was a second-grade sky pride. He was famous in the world and had reached the spiritual god realm. A sky pride like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary spiritual god. Lu Ming was able to block a blow from the Huang clan's spiritual god. Does he really think he can compete with such a sky pride? He's too naive. Many people shook their heads. They thought that this awesome commander was dead meat today. Tai Xing and the others had ugly expressions. They didn't dare to say a word. They just stood behind Lu Ming with gritted teeth. They had no choice. In such a situation, they could only hold on. Haha. Let's see how you're going to beat me up then. Wu Tsang laughed in anger and took a step forward. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently. Sword chi surged into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. A terrifying light was emitted from Wu Tsang's body. Every ray of light was like a sword chi. Chapter 1108. Those who had never seen a second-grade genius in action were shocked. Is this the strength of a second-grade genius? His aura was too terrifying. Many people retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by Wu Tsang's sword. When such a genius attacked, his aura alone could kill an expert of the same level. This commander is dead for sure. Seeing Wu Tsang's aura, many people sighed. Wu Tsang was so strong. What could Lu Ming use to block him? Die. Wu Tsang shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword, bursting with light, forming a dazzling sword light that slashed towards Lu Ming. As the sword light slashed through, even the space was torn apart, revealing a dark and terrifying space crack. This is not good. Fitch. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were terrified. In the face of such a powerful sword, they felt that it was impossible to resist. Only death awaited them. They screamed and wanted to retreat, but they realized that their bodies were shrouded by a terrifying sword aura, making it hard for them to move. It's over, it's over. We're finally killed by this unreliable commander. Tai Xing and the rest had this thought flashing through their minds. But at this moment, they saw a long spear condensing in Lu Ming's hand. As the long spear shook, it buzzed and even the space trembled. At this moment, Tai Xing and the rest realized that the sword aura that shrouded them had disappeared, and they had regained their freedom. Whoosh. Then, they saw Lu Ming holding the long spear and sweeping it out. This spear was like a long spear sweeping across the water. Wherever the long spear passed, Ripples would appear in the space, and these ripples would all gather on the long spear. Bang! The long spear and the sword light collided. There was only a slight sound and Wu Tsong's sword light was destroyed. He blocked it. Tai Xing and the rest were stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. This badass commander could actually block Wu Tsong's move? Since when was a commander of the law enforcement army so powerful? A bunch of questions flashed through the minds of the crowd. Wu Tsong was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that a lowly commander of the law enforcement army could block his attack. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it still made him feel embarrassed. Who was he? He was a famous second-class genius in the central continent, second only to the 5 young giants. How could he not take down a commander of the law enforcement army with one move? This made him burst out with even stronger killing intent. A blazing killing intent. Good, very good. So you do have some ability. But today, your fate has already been decided. Wu Tsong coldly shouted as the sword qi around his body became even hotter. His Zhenyuan continued to pour out before finally transforming into a sword qi that was several times more powerful than before, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still casually swept out with a spear, dispersing Wu Tsong's sword energy, turning it into nothingness. Show me what you've got, or else it's not enough. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tsong. Damn it! Wu Tsong shouted angrily as he unsheathed his sword. A shocking sword light shone as if it was going to split the heaven and earth apart. Kill! Wu Tsong held the battle sword in his hand. His power was incomparably terrifying. When the battle sword slashed out, the space shattered. Heavens, he's too strong. Wu Tsong is angry. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. Many people cried out as they frantically retreated again. Whoosh. Lu Ming held the spear in one hand as the long spear in his hand slashed out violently. It became 1,000 meters long and swept out in a barbaric manner. With a bang, Wu Tsong's sword qi shattered once again. However, this time Lu Ming did not stop. The terrifying giant spear continued to press towards Wu Tsong. Impossible! Wu Tsong shouted in disbelief. He had already used a divine-level martial skill in the previous move, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? He could not believe it. What was most unbearable for him was that Lu Ming's spear swept towards him, giving him a strong sense of crisis. How could a mere enforcer, an ant-like thing, have such a powerful expert? Erupt, erupt. Wu Tsong roared in his heart as he unleashed his divine-level bloodline. He executed the bloodline fusion, and turned it into a battle sword with shocking sword qi. Suppress. Lu Ming stepped into the air. The long spear contained the power of the suppressing hell skill. The spear changed its momentum and smashed towards Wu Tsong. Clang. The long spear clashed with the battle sword that Wu Tsong had transformed into. The attack from the battle sword was instantly defeated. The battle sword trembled violently before exploding with a bang. The battle sword exploded, revealing Wu Tsong's original body. His face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In the surroundings, everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Wu Tsong was defeated. Wu Tsong was actually defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? What was going on? Was this still the commander of the Enforcer army? How could he be so powerful? Those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure almost bit off their tongues, and stared with their eyes wide open. It was simply too unbelievable. As for Shi Fang, he thought that he was dreaming. Wasn't Ming Lu only at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm? Wasn't he just a disciple of Black Spear Sect? How could he be so strong? His body started to tremble slightly due to disbelief. As for Tai Xing and the rest, they were completely petrified. The 3 disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect were also petrified as they stared blankly at the sky. How weak. I thought a second-class prodigy of Celestial Martial Sword Sect would be strong. Lu Ming curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Wu Tsong was infuriated. He was so angry that he wanted to roar at the sky. In the past, he was terrifyingly talented and powerful. In Celestial Martial Sword Sect, only Wu Chengkong could suppress him. Even in the Battle of Destiny, he didn't lose too badly. But recently, he was killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If it weren't for the life talisman, he probably wouldn't have survived. Now he was defeated by a mere commander of the Enforcer army. This was a great humiliation. From now on his name, Wu Tsang, would become a laughingstock. How could he not be angry and resentful? If he knew that Lu Xiaoqing and the commander of the Enforcer army in front of him were the same person, how would he feel? Bastard, just you wait. You're dead for sure. Wu Tsang roared and retreated quickly, planning to retreat first. Since you're here, where do you want to go? Why don't you lie down with your junior brothers? Lu Ming stepped out. His body was like a flash of light. He dashed to Wu Tsang in a few moves. How dare you? Wu Tsang roared. Lu Ming wanted to suppress him and make him lie there with the other disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect. How dare he? He was the second-class prodigy of Celestial Martial Sword Sect. He was completely different from the other prodigies. Suppress. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stepped in the air, and the power of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps was unleashed. He took 7 consecutive steps toward Wu Tsang. Bam. 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 Chapter 1109. Bam. Lu Ming's body fell and stepped on Wu Tsang's body once again. Wu Tsang shrieked in pain as his cultivation was completely sealed by Lu Ming. He could not muster any strength at all. The crowd gasped. The disciplinary army commander was too ruthless. He even dared to suppress Wu Tsang. How overbearing. Lu Ming grabbed Wu Tsang and threw him to the side of the other 3 disciples of the Tianwu Sword Sect to lie on the ground. The 3 Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples looked at each other before looking at Wu Tsang with an interesting expression. Initially, they had been suppressed by Lu Ming and were lying on the ground like dogs eating feces. They felt extremely humiliated. However, at the sight of Wu Tsang lying on the ground, they suddenly felt much better. Even a genius like Wu Tsang was suppressed and forced to lie there. It made sense that they were forced to lie there as well. Ah! Wu Tsang howled like a wild beast. He was furious, especially when he saw the strange looks from the crowd. He wanted to kill himself. Of course, it was just a thought. How could he bear to die? He had a bright future ahead of him. Where are you going? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at a person in the air not far away. That person was Shifang. When he saw that even Wu Tsang was suppressed, he almost peed in his pants. Just as he was about to sneak away, Lu Ming saw him. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Ming Lu, what? What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do? As an Imperial Dragon Guard, you actually brought people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect to deal with the disciplinary hall. You colluded with the enemy. What do you think I'm trying to do?" Lu Ming sneered. His true energy erupted and he grabbed at Shifang. Shifang turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. He couldn't move at all. In the next moment, a force pulled him down, and he fell heavily to the ground. "Ah no!" he screamed. Bam! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stepped on Shifang's dantian. Shifang's entire body arched like a big prawn. He then let out a heart-wrenching scream. "My cultivation base! My cultivation base! You've crippled my cultivation base!" Shifang let out a roar of despair. The spirit embryo in his dantian had been crushed by Lu Ming. "Crippling your cultivation is your punishment." Scram. After saying that, he kicked out. Shifang was kicked away like a rubber ball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. It was unknown how far he flew. As for whether he would fall to his death, Lu Ming was too lazy to think about it. "All right, the harvest is not bad. What are you guys waiting for? Bring them all back to the law enforcement hall." Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the others and said, Bring him back to the law enforcement hall?" Tai Xing and the others looked at each other with unsightly expressions. "Nonsense. Only by bringing them back will we have the capital to negotiate with them. Do you think that the Celestial Martial Sword faction will let this matter rest just because you let them go? Don't just stand there. Bring them away." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed Wu Tsang and flew toward the Hall of Justice. Helpless, Tai Xing and the others could only lead the other 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction to follow Lu Ming. There's going to be a show to watch. This matter will definitely provoke the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Let's go and take a look. This commander is indeed impressive. However, with the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction taking action, let's see how he's going to deal with this. Let's go and take a look. There were tens of thousands of people in the crowd. They followed Lu Ming from afar and headed toward the law enforcement hall. Moreover, the number of people was increasing. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, Xiezhen and Shizheng rushed over. When they heard that Wu Tsang was suppressed by Lu Ming, both of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. They were confident that Lu Ming would be beaten half to death by Wu Tsang, or even killed on the spot. However, the outcome was the complete opposite of what they expected. Let's go to the law enforcement hall. Xiezhen brought Shizheng and rushed to the law enforcement hall. When Lu Ming brought Wu Tsang and the others back to the law enforcement hall, the remaining members of the law enforcement army were stunned. Following which, their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming had actually suppressed a disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword faction, and even Wu Tsang. This was going to break the heavens. If the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction were to go berserk, how would they deal with it? We are the law enforcement army. We enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. What are you afraid of? Follow my instructions and get to work. Lu Ming shouted. He then gave Taixing and the others some instructions. As for Lu Ming, he threw Wu Tsang and the others on the ground and lined them up in a row. He took out a wooden armchair and sat there, closing his eyes to rest. The onlookers looked at each other. This commander of the law enforcement army was really bold. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely on the armchair with his eyes closed. The sky above the law enforcement hall was filled with people. As time passed, more and more people arrived. This was different from the previous incident against the Huang family. This time, it was against the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Moreover, the suppression of a second-grade genius had caused a huge commotion. Many people were shocked and rushed over to watch. Xiezhen and Shizheng had arrived. There were even second-grade geniuses from other overlords. The crowd saw Jing Kongling, Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy. There were also Sanguinarum, Yin Bupo, and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. These geniuses were shocked when they saw Lu Ming sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. Wu Tsang was as famous as them. However, this ordinary-looking law enforcement army commander was so powerful that he could suppress Wu Tsang. This shocked them. The royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty indeed has a strong foundation. To think that they would have such a powerful law enforcement army commander. Some of them thought to themselves. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The crowd felt as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. There was a terrifying roar from the aura. Under the pressure, the crowd opened up a path for 3 old men to step through the air with gloomy faces. The 3 old men were dressed in white robes and carried ancient swords on their backs. There seemed to be endless sword chi roaring around their bodies. Just their aura alone was shocking. They're here. The crowd was shocked. The elders of the Celestial Martial Sword faction were here. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The 3 experts of the Celestial Martial Sword faction stepped through the air and stopped above the law enforcement hall. Bastard! You're finished. You're dead. Ha! You're dead. When Wu Tsang saw the arrival of the 3 old men, he yelled out in joy. Bam! Lu Ming stood up and stepped on Wu Tsang's face, causing his face to fall heavily onto the ground. Wu Tsang took a mouthful of mud and struggled wildly. He was so frustrated that he was about to explode. The crowd was shocked as well. Lu Ming dared to do such a thing in the face of 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword faction. He was simply lawless. The gazes of the 3 elders were as sharp as swords, landing on Lu Ming. How dare you? One of the old men bellowed. His eyes were extremely sinister as he scolded. Kid, do you know who you have taken down? Aren't they just a few trash from the Celestial Martial Sword faction? Why? Do you think that you're proud of raising a few trash? Lu Ming curled his lips and said casually. Chapter 11:10. How presumptuous. How bold. You deserve to die. The 3 old men of the Tianwu sword sect yelled with cold gazes. Their bodies were engulfed in powerful sword intents. Haha, you asked for it. That despicable son of a bitch is dead for sure. The 8th Prince Xiezhen let out a hollow laugh. Kid, you should commit suicide. Everyone in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide as well. Then I'll forget about this matter. Otherwise, not only you, but your families and the forces behind you will not be able to escape punishment. The old man who spoke first continued to speak. His tone was filled with an air of superiority and indisputability. His gaze swept across Taixing and the others, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst out laughing all of a sudden and stomped his foot on Wu Tsong's face, causing him to cry out in agony. His lips curled upward as he stared coldly at the old men of the Tianwu sword sect and said, "Punish? Let this matter rest? What a joke. What right do you have to punish us? We are the ones who should be punished. The disciples of the Tianwu sword sect have killed someone in the sacred city for no reason. We, the disciplinary army, are enforcing the law on behalf of the sacred emperor. However, the Tianwu sword sect dares to attack the disciplinary hall openly. Are you looking down on the royal family? Are you looking down on the sacred emperor? Do you really think there's no one in the royal family?" The old men of the Tianwu sword sect were enraged after hearing the words. They stared at Wu Tsong, who was still under Lu Ming's foot, with an unpleasant expression. Lu Ming had used the royal family and the sacred emperor to pressure them. Even if they did not care about the royal family and the sacred emperor, they could not say it out loud. After all, the ancient sage dynasty was still the ruler of the world. Furthermore, they were currently in the sacred city, which was the core territory of the ancient sage dynasty. No matter how arrogant the Tianwu sword sect was, they would still be intimidated. "Kid, what will it take for you to let them go?" The old man who had spoken first said coldly as he glanced at Wu Tsong and the others. Wu Tsong was a second-grade genius who had a chance to become a martial emperor. They could not afford to lose him. Thus they decided to save Wu Tsong first. "Let them go? Sure, but since they have committed a crime, they should be punished. How about this? You can pay the ransom. 500,000 primordial stones for the 3 trashes. Wu Tsong, 2 million ores it is," Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the whole place exploded. Extortion. This was blatant extortion. To think that this puny commander of the law enforcement army would dare to extort a powerful being of the Sky Martial Sword sect. He was truly blinded by greed. The 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword sect were seething with anger as their eyes turned red. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never met such a daring person. To think that he would dare to extort them, the Sky Martial Sword sect. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The old man who spoke first was enraged. He couldn't bear it any longer and let out a long roar. A terrifying sword chi condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming. 4th-level spirit god. This old man was a 4th-level spirit god expert, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than Wu Tsong. Lu Ming's glabella glowed as a small red pagoda appeared and rapidly expanded. This small pagoda was the Emperor spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained in the Sacred Mansion Mystic Realm. After so many days of refining, Lu Ming had already begun to refine it. The aura of the Emperor spirit weapon in the small pagoda was also completely restrained. Outsiders could not sense it at all. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the small pagoda. After all, there were countless pagoda-shaped spiritual weapons in the world. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of being recognized as long as he withdrew his aura. Lu Ming grabbed the body of the pagoda and smashed it towards the sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light was shattered. Lu Ming's body didn't move at all. The Emperor's spiritual weapon consumes too much true essence. I really can't bring out much of its power. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He had used up a large amount of true essence in the previous attack. Even a martial emperor would be envious of an emperor's spiritual weapon. It was normal that he couldn't bring out its power. As he muttered to himself, he put the small pagoda away. He wasn't satisfied, but the others were already stunned. Lu Ming could actually block the attack of a 4th-level spirit god expert. He was too strong. At this moment, Lu Ming was unfathomable in the eyes of the crowd. Every time others thought that he had reached his limit, the strength he displayed would exceed their imagination. "You're just a law enforcer. Your treasure is good, but let's see how many of my moves you can take with just your treasure." The elder from the Sky Martial Sword sect shouted angrily. His aura became even more shocking. A sword light shot up 10,000 meters high, and the sword's power was vast and terrifying. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll take me for a sick cat. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. A long spear condensed in his hand, and he pierced it towards a Sky Martial Sword Sect disciple. Puff. The Sky Martial Sword Sect disciple screamed miserably as he was nailed to the ground by Lu Ming. Lu Ming used a thunderous method to tell them not to think that he didn't dare to kill. Give me the origin stone as a ransom. Otherwise I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. Lu Ming wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to extort a sum of money. Purely absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth for cultivation was too slow. After such a long time, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was only at the mid-second level of the spirit god realm. If he could devour a large number of primordial stones, his cultivation level would improve rapidly. However, he lacked resources now. There was still half a month before the million-year national sacrificial ceremony began. The competition set by the Sacred Emperor would also begin. Lu Ming's goal was to get into the top 3. The Sacred Emperor could agree to one condition for the top 3. However, it wasn't that easy to get into the top 3. When Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur were in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm, their cultivation had already reached the peak second-level spirit god level. Now that some time had passed, it was very likely that they had made a breakthrough. If a genius like Yang Patian had reached the third-level spirit god level, it would be more troublesome for him to defeat him. Moreover, there were 5 such geniuses in the central continent and Nanming. It wouldn't be easy for the geniuses of the Western Desert to get into the top 3. However, if Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the third-level spirit god level, he would have full confidence. How dare you, bastard, you're courting death. Kill. Lu Ming's killing of a Sky Martial Sword Sect disciple completely enraged the 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Terrifying auras erupted, and sword chi soared into the sky. Their killing intent was incomparably cold, as if winter had arrived. Especially the auras of the other 2 elders. They were even more terrifying than the one who attacked before. They definitely surpassed the 4th-level spirit god level. Such experts wanted to join forces, and their momentum was too shocking. The law enforcement flag, please. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The law enforcement flag is here. Within the law enforcement hall, Tai Xing rushed out with a large flag. Lu Ming took it and stabbed it into the ground. It was a 10-meter-long flag with a sword and a saber embroidered on it. It was incomparably sharp and looked like a real saber and sword. However, the flag looked very old and was even covered in dust. It was obvious that it hadn't been used for a long time. Chapter 11:11. It's the law enforcement flag. The law enforcement flag that rules the world. The law enforcement flag that was created by the ancient Saint Emperor. Discussions broke out in the crowd as many of them had serious looks in their eyes. The law enforcement flag was created by the ancient Saint Emperor when he created the law enforcement army. It was used to rule the world. 30,000 years ago, wherever the law enforcement flag passed, everyone would tremble in fear. However, after the war 30,000 years ago, the ancient Saint dynasty was weakened, and the law enforcement army was useless. Since then, the law enforcement flag had lost its deterrence. It had been many years since anyone took out the law enforcement flag. However, the moment the law enforcement flag was taken out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Do you think you can stop us by taking out the law enforcement flag? How naive. You must die today. An old man yelled out as he took a step forward. With every step he took, sword chi would spread out, slicing apart the void one after another. This was an existence that surpassed the 4th level of the spirit god realm. In fact, it was even higher than the 5th level. He was too strong. How dare you? The law enforcement flag is here. We are the law enforcement army. By raising the law enforcement flag, we represent the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the ancient Saint Emperor. You people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect have no respect for the royal family and the ancient Saint Emperor. Are you people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect trying to rebel and destroy the Xie family and replace them? Lu Ming stood straight and pointed his spear at Wu Tsong's back as he shouted. His words swept through the crowd like a storm. The 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword Sect looked terrible and solemn. Lu Ming's accusation was too big. He directly accused them of wanting to rebel and destroy the Xie family. Although the Sky Martial Sword sect really had such thoughts, how could they say it out loud? Moreover, the Sky Martial Sword sect didn't have the strength to do so now. The Sky Martial Sword sect has wild ambitions. You look down on the royal family and the royal power. Today the 8th prince is here. Are you going to rebel in front of the 8th prince and look down on the royal power and the Xie family? How can the 8th prince tolerate you? At the end of his words, Lu Ming looked at Xiezhen. Lu Ming had noticed Xiezhen a long time ago. Everyone else also turned their gazes to the 8th prince. Xiezhen's face fell as he cursed Lu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. Lu Ming was using him as a shield. But what could he do in this situation? Lu Ming took out the banner. The banner had been created by the ancient sage emperor. His ancestor had represented the face of the Xie clan. Lu Ming was a member of the law enforcement army, acting on behalf of the sage emperor. If the Celestial Martial Sword sect wanted to make a move against Lu Ming, or even kill Lu Ming, it would be the same as slapping the Xie clan's face. In this sort of situation, Lu Ming had once again dragged him into the water. If Xiezhen didn't do anything, and word of this reached the ears of the other members of the Xie clan, or even the sage emperor, he would have to bear the consequences. Moreover, there were more than a dozen princes at the moment, and they weren't very harmonious. They were fighting openly and covertly. If he didn't handle it well today and caused the imperial Xie family to lose face, there was no guarantee that the other princes would use this point to attack him. Thinking of this, Xiezhen gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. 8th prince, am I wrong? Lu Ming continued to ask. You're right. In the end, Xiezhen gritted his teeth and stepped down from the air to stand beside Lu Ming. He faced the 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect and said unwillingly, the 3 of you, Commander Ming Lu is right. This time, the Celestial Martial Sword sect's disciple committed the crime first. The law enforcement army will handle this impartially to protect the imperial clan's face. After saying that, Xiezhen felt even more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead rat. He felt so sullen, so sullen. What was his goal in transferring Lu Ming to the law enforcement army? Wasn't it to let Lu Ming offend these major powers, and then be slapped to death by them? But now? He had achieved the early results, but the later results were completely different from what he had expected. Not only was Lu Ming not slapped to death, in the end he had to step in personally to protect Lu Ming. What kind of situation was this? He felt so sullen. He hated Lu Ming so much that he almost broke his teeth. The 8th prince is right. As expected of the imperial clan's outstanding talent. You 3 old men, if you want to kill me today, you'll have to step over the 8th prince's dead body first. Come on, if you have the ability, come on. Lu Ming shouted. Xiezhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by stepping over the 8th prince's dead body to kill him? Xiezhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he couldn't back down now. He could only glare at the 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect while gnashing his teeth. In the eyes of others, Xiezhen had a strong sense of righteousness and wasn't afraid in the face of danger. However, they didn't know that it was because he was angered by Lu Ming. The 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions. The 8th prince, Xiezhen, wasn't Lu Ming. If they killed him, then so be it. Xiezhen was the son of the sage emperor, and they were in the holy city. If they dared to kill Xiezhen in front of everyone, they would definitely incur the wrath of the imperial clan Xie family. They wouldn't be able to leave the holy city. Among the crowd, there were many members of the law enforcement army, who came from the other law enforcement halls to watch the show. They felt their blood boiling and their hearts were filled with joy. All these years, the members of the law enforcement army had been too cowardly and sullen. Their lives were worse than dogs. When the people from the major factions committed crimes, they had to take out origin stones and treasures to ask the other party to apologize. How were they going to live their lives? Now that they saw this scene, they felt a sense of exaltation. It felt too good. Law enforcement army, law enforcement flag. The current sage emperor is enforcing the law. A burly man shouted and stepped out. A large flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Law enforcement flag. At this moment, another law enforcer from the law enforcement hall stood beside Lu Ming, holding the law enforcement flag in his hand, and inserting it beside Lu Ming's law enforcement flag. Law Enforcement Army, enforce the law on behalf of the Sage Emperor. Another group of people shouted and rushed out, standing behind the burly man. All of them were from another law enforcement hall. There were more than 100 of them. Haha, that's right. Law Enforcement Army, enforce the law on behalf of the current Sage Emperor. Another person laughed and rushed out. Another law enforcement flag appeared, and was placed in a row with the first two. Haha, I'm here too. Enforce the law on behalf of the current Sage Emperor. With loud roars, law enforcement army members appeared one after another. Law enforcement flags appeared and were placed in a row. In the end, a total of 9 law enforcement flags were placed in a row, fluttering in the wind. Law enforcement hall members from all over the holy city had arrived. They took out their law enforcement flags and were ready to fight alongside Lu Ming and the rest. Nearly 1,000 people stood behind Lu Ming and Xie Zhen, glaring angrily at the 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword sect. Usually, they would swallow their anger and suffer in silence. But today they were ready to go all out. The surrounding crowd looked at the scene in shock. 9 law enforcement flags were out. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Today it happened again because of Lu Ming. Now what would the Sky Martial Sword sect do? Damn it! Xie Zhen roared in his heart. But in this situation he could only hold on. Chapter 11-12. They could neither advance nor retreat. If they advanced, they would offend the ancient Saint dynasty. If they retreated, they would lose all their dignity. They looked coldly at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. It was all because of Lu Ming that such a situation had occurred. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, a ray of golden light appeared from afar and shot towards them. It was so fast that many people could not react to it. Before they could react, the ray of golden light had already appeared in front of them. A dignified middle-aged man appeared in the air with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, a golden crown and a pair of golden boots. He exuded a majestic aura that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It was as if they were facing a human king who was inspecting the world. Royal Uncle! Xie Zhen exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged man. Everyone was shocked. If Xie Zhen called him Royal Uncle, he must be the younger brother of the current Sacred Emperor. An important figure from the Imperial Xie family had appeared. As expected, it has appeared. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Today's matter had blown up. Lu Ming was certain that the Xie family of the royal family would definitely send someone to protect the dignity of the royal family. After all, although the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, it was still the strongest force in the central continent. Xie Zhen's royal uncle looked at Xie Zhen and nodded. You are not bad. He then looked at the 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword faction and said, There are rules in the holy city. You are not allowed to kill innocent people in the holy city. If you have a grudge, you can fight on the battle stage. No one cares about your life or death. However, killing innocent people in the holy city is an act of disrespect to the ancient Saint dynasty. The law enforcement army should enforce the law. You are guilty. Xie Zhen's royal uncle's voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone was shocked. Then they realized what was going on. The ancient Saint dynasty was nearing the end of 1,000,000 years, and things had gotten out of hand. The Imperial Xie clan had to protect the dignity of the Imperial clan. If they were to compromise in front of the Sky Martial Sword sect, the Imperial clan would lose even more of their dignity in the future. If today's matter hadn't been blown out of proportion, and the Celestial Martial Sword sect's expert had slapped Lu Ming to death, everything would have been over. But now that things had gotten out of hand, the Imperial Xie clan had no choice but to support the law enforcement army. The 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. They were well aware of this fact. Then what do we have to do to let him go? The 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect exchanged glances. One of them spoke up, clearly admitting defeat. The law enforcement army naturally has its own rules. You can discuss with the commander of the law enforcement army about what to do. The middle-aged uncle said, I've already stated my conditions. Just do as I said. If you're guilty, you should be punished. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and chuckled. The three elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect had gloomy expressions. After pondering for a while, one of the elders took out a storage ring and waved it a few times before tossing it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face darkened as he said, "Why are there less than 500,000? Don't you want this guy anymore?" Lu Ming pointed at the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect that he had killed. "You've already killed him. Do you still want to keep him?" One of the elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect asked. "A corpse is still a person. If you don't want his corpse, I'll throw it out to feed the dogs." Lu Ming said indifferently. "You?" The elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ming looked at him indifferently without any fear. In the end, the Sky Martial Sword sect had no choice but to give in. For the sake of their reputation, they could only take out another 500,000 origin stones. "Trash. Take them away." Lu Ming waved his hand and Wuzong and the other three disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect flew into the sky. An elder waved his hand and caught them. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, "You are good. Very good. I hope you can stay in the sacred city and the enforcer army forever." After saying that, he snorted and turned into three sword lights, disappearing from the place. Huff, huff. The crowd of onlookers let out a long sigh of relief. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. This matter had actually ended just like that. The elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect had charged in aggressively, but in the end, he left behind a few million origin stones and left with his tail between his legs. Before this, no one had expected such an outcome. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming, this awesome commander. Before this, no one would pay attention to a mere commander of the enforcer army. However, he had attracted everyone's attention now. First, he suppressed Wuzong with his powerful combat strength. Then he blocked the attack of a level 4 spirit god expert. Although Lu Ming used a treasure, it still proved his powerful combat strength. However, what was more important was his courage and wisdom. He dared to face the elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect alone, and was good at borrowing the power of the Imperial Xie family. He even borrowed the power of the ancient Saint Emperor, who created the Enforcer army to force the elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect to retreat with his tail between his legs. It was hard to believe that all of this was done by this bearded man. With such means, if this person was 10 years younger, he would be able to compete with all the heroes in the world. Jenner, let's go. In the sky, the middle-aged imperial uncle glanced at Xiezhen before looking at Lu Ming. "What's your name?" the middle-aged imperial uncle asked. "Ming Lu." Lu Ming replied in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. "Ming Lu? Good. You are very good." The middle-aged imperial uncle said a few words before waving his hand and leaving. "He has ill intentions towards me." Lu Ming looked at the sky and pondered. Lu Ming didn't feel any kindness from the middle-aged imperial uncle. Instead, he felt ill intentions. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming revealed a cold smile on his face. He could roughly guess why the middle-aged imperial uncle had ill intentions towards him. Now, the ancient Saint dynasty wanted to form an alliance with some overlord forces to increase their strength. However, although Lu Ming seemed to have defended the dignity of the imperial family, he had also offended the Sky Martial Sword sect. Moreover, he had forced the imperial family to offend the Sky Martial Sword sect. It would be harder for the imperial family to form a good relationship with the Sky Martial Sword sect in the future. The middle-aged imperial uncle naturally didn't have a good impression of Lu Ming. In his heart, he probably wanted to slap Lu Ming to death for being a busybody. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't mind. After all, he had infiltrated the Imperial Dragon Guards, and then the Enforcers because he wanted to use this identity to investigate Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. When he found Xian Yanqing in the future, he would just leave. Who would be able to find him? Mighty. The commander is mighty. At this moment, the Enforcers were the most excited. They were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had eaten a chilled watermelon during the hottest days of the year. They had been sullen all this time. However, today they could finally hold their heads high. Even an overlord force like the Sky Martial Sword sect had admitted defeat before the Enforcers, paid a large amount of origin stones, and left with their tails between their legs. This kind of satisfaction was brought about by a sudden outburst after a long period of sullenness. It was better than anything else. Chapter 11:13. Commander is invincible. Commander is mighty. Commander Ming is mighty. At first, it was Tai Xing and the others who were shouting. Later on, the other enforcers from the disciplinary hall also shouted. Lu Ming raised his hands and the crowd quietened down. Brothers of the enforcers, I'm grateful for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The 9 enforcers' flags were also a form of deterrence. Commander Ming, you're too courteous. It's because of you that our enforcers can hold our heads high and let out the frustration in our hearts. We should be the ones thanking you. That's right. We should be thanking you. The others spoke one after another. Everyone, you're too courteous. Since you're all here today, I'll treat everyone today. Let's have a good time. Tai Xing, bring some of your brothers and buy some food. Lu Ming took out some origin stones and handed them to Tai Xing. All right. Tai Xing took the origin stones and brought a few of his men out in a hurry. At the same time, the crowd in the sky also dispersed one by one. Soon everyone had left. However, the news of what had happened that day spread like wildfire. This time it was different from the incident with the Huang family. The previous incident with the Huang family only attracted the attention of a small number of people and became the topic of gossip. This time, it was against the overlord force, the Sky Martial Sword sect. Naturally, it caused a stir. As for the awesome commander Ming Lu, his reputation soared. Some people even called him the most awesome enforcer's commander in the past 30,000 years. Soon, Tai Xing bought a large amount of food and wine. In the disciplinary hall, a banquet was held. There were more than 1,000 enforcers drinking and chatting in the disciplinary hall. It was late at night before they dispersed. Tai Xing, here are 500,000 origin stones. Take them and share them with your brothers. After the other enforcers left, Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Tai Xing. Commander, this won't do. You risked your life to get these. We didn't contribute anything. Tai Xing waved his hands. The others shook their heads. Although they were poor, they still had their principles. Take it. If it weren't for you guys supporting me from behind, why would the Celestial Martial Sword faction be afraid of us? Take it and divide it. Lu Ming handed the storage ring to Tai Xing, then returned to his room alone. After closing the door, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared before him. A total of 3 million. It's time to break through to the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. With a thought, Zhang Xian summoned the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Opening his mouth, he swallowed 100,000 ores and began assimilating them. As the primordial stone continued to be refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. From the late 2nd level of the Spirit God realm to the peak 2nd level of the Spirit God realm, he started to break through to the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. 3 days passed in a flash. After Xiao Chen refined 3 million primal stones, the quintessence in Lu Ming's body surged endlessly. It was like countless true dragons roaring in Lu Ming's body. After a while, it slowly calmed down. I've finally reached the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. However, I've used up all 3 million origin stones. Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. The consumption was huge, but the gains were huge as well. In a short 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation advanced from the middle stage of the 2nd level of the Spirit God realm to the early stage of the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. Lu Ming's combat prowess soared once again. Lu Ming was very confident about the competition that would take place in more than 10 days. Almost 2 years have passed since Martial Monarch De sealed the Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect can only last for 5 years. There are still a little more than 3 years left. At that time, will I be able to deal with De? Lu Ming could not help but think of the Talisman Puppet Sect. When he thought of this, he felt a lot of pressure. It was too difficult to reach the level where he could deal with De in the remaining 3 years. Based on Lu Ming's current progress, it was almost impossible. Lu Ming shook his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He could only push forward and do his best. Lu Ming stretched his back. His bones vibrated and crackling sounds came from his body. He stood up and walked out. In the following days, Lu Ming regained his calm. Apart from cultivating every day, he would walk around the holy city. Ever since the incident at the Tianwu sword sect, the disciples of the various overlords became much more well-behaved in the holy city, especially in the area under Lu Ming's jurisdiction. They did not dare to attack others for no reason. Even if there was a grudge, they would fight it out on the platform. Lu Ming's days were leisurely and carefree. Soon 10 days passed. The day of the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national sacrificial ceremony was approaching. During this period, the holy city was unusually lively. Lu Ming could see experts from various places as he walked on the streets. The Northern Plains martial artists were all tall and sturdy. Even the women were mostly tall. The weapons they used were either spiked maces, giant hammers, or giant axes. They were all heavy weapons, and their auras were wild. They rode on all sorts of mounts, making them easy to recognize. There were also some martial artists who had a gloomy aura. They were either filled with ghost chi or blood chi. Everyone who passed by them gave off a cold feeling. They were all martial artists from the southern underworld. There were also some monks with bright heads wearing kasayas. Naturally, they were holy monks from the western desert. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not see many people from the eastern wilderness. On this day, the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national sacrificial ceremony finally began. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound in the sky. There was a strong fluctuation. Lu Ming, Taixing, and the others walked out of the law enforcement hall and flew into the sky to watch. They saw that the sky above the holy city was filled with colorful clouds and heavenly music. The space was constantly distorted in the light. Rumble. Finally, a huge platform appeared in the sky. The platform was neither made of gold nor jade. It was filled with colorful lights. There were dragons and phoenixes flying in the sky. There was also a Qilin walking around. Of course, it was not real. It was formed by a formation. Then tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides of the platform. The tables and chairs were made of fine jade. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on them. They were extremely luxurious. There were many of them. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 of them. All of them were suspended in the air above the holy city. When the tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides, a jade staircase appeared in the north. There were 99 steps. At the end of the staircase, a huge ancient altar appeared. The altar was ancient and heavy, as if it had gone through the vicissitudes of time. It was 10,000 meters tall and disappeared into the clouds. The Holy Emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came out from the palace. The voice rolled and spread throughout the entire holy city in an instant. In the palace, heavenly music sounded. Holy light filled the air and shot up into the sky. Then a group of people stepped into the air. The person at the front was wearing a golden robe embroidered with a picture of the human king patrolling the world. He looked to be in his 50s. He was tall and sturdy. His body was filled with holy light. There were stars shining in his eyes. He was filled with endless majesty. Chapter 11:14. Besides Xie Qitian, there were two old men with white hair. They looked ordinary, but they exuded a terrifying aura. Lu Ming had seen this aura more than once. The aura of an emperor. The two elders besides Xie Qitian were also sovereigns. In this way, including Xie Qitian, the imperial Xie family had 3 sovereigns at once, which was really terrifying. That was just on the surface. Lu Ming did not believe that there were no emperors in the imperial family. There was a rumor that the previous emperor of the ancient Saint Dynasty might still be alive. The ancient Saint Dynasty was indeed an ancient force that had been passed down for millions of years. Even though it had weakened, it had a strong foundation, and was not something that an ordinary overlord force could compare with. Behind Xie Qitian and the two old men, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them had the looks of dragons and phoenixes. The older ones were middle-aged while the youngest ones looked like they were in their 20s. There were a total of 15 people, and they were the children of the current emperor. They were the princes and princesses of the ancient Saint Dynasty. Xianyanjuan. Lu Ming's heart trembled. In the crowd he saw a woman who looked extremely similar to Xian Yanqing. However, compared to Xian Yanqing, She was even colder and more holy. She was like an inviolable goddess who stood high above the masses, looking down on them. Besides Xian Yinjuan, there was another lady who was in her 20s. She was in her prime and she was extremely beautiful. Although the lady did not look like Xian Yinjuan and Xian Yanqing, she was still a rare beauty. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That lady must be the other princess, Xian Yanlin. However, he did not see Xian Yanqing. They did not even let Xiaoqing appear on such an important day. They really don't treat Xiaoqing as their own child. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He also saw Xie Zhen and the 10th prince Xie Yan. Lu Ming had never seen the other princes before. Behind the princes and princesses, there were some concubines, nobles, ministers and some experts of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were more than 1,000 people who stepped out and landed on the platform in the air. The arrival of the sage emperor. Please take your seats. It was that same voice again. It spread through the entire holy city. The person who transmitted the voice was definitely a Zun cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh rang out. Haha, is Yinyang Palace the first to arrive? A burly, white-haired old man wearing a long robe with the pattern of the Yinyang fish on it arrived in the air, with a group of people. This old man's aura was terrifying and shocking, suppressing the heaven and earth. An emperor, this was another emperor. The Yinyang emperor of the Yinyang Palace and his disciples have arrived. That voice resounded throughout the holy city. I wonder how many big shots will come today. Beside Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the others were already so excited that their eyes were shining. The Yinyang Palace was also an overlord force in the central continent. It was extremely powerful and was no weaker than the Sky Martial Sword sect. Brother Yinyang, please have a seat. Xie Qitian raised his hand. Thank you, brother. The Yinyang Divine Emperor cupped his fists and led the experts of the Yinyang Palace to a nearby table. The Demon Emperor of Mount Tianyao has arrived. Immediately, another big force arrived. It was the overlord force of the central continent. Mount Tianyao was very similar to the Myriad Demon Valley in the eastern wilderness. They were both gathering places for demonic beasts, and were led by a demon emperor. Yu Xian Martial Emperor of Mount Xiankong, and his disciples have arrived. Cold Blood Hall. Heavenly Sun Palace. Next, many overlords of the central continent arrived one after another. Moreover, each overlord force was led by an emperor. Soon, more than a dozen emperors appeared on both sides of the platform in the sky. In the holy city, countless people's eyes lit up as they looked at this scene in shock. More than a dozen emperors gathered together. This lineup was too shocking and terrifying. It was so rare that it would not happen even once in many years. Perhaps many emperors had gathered in the ancient city of fate in the last battle of fate, but that was in the ancient city of fate. Ordinary people could not see it at all. But now, more than a dozen emperors were in full view of the public. As for the supremes, there were even more, but they were completely overshadowed by the emperors. More than a dozen emperors. What kind of power was this? If they joined forces, they could really destroy the world. Baijian Martial Emperor of the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army has arrived. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and the crowd fell silent. Everyone turned to look in the same direction. There, a middle-aged man in black armor walked over. Behind him, a group of people followed. Everyone was wearing armor, and their auras were wild and their fighting spirit was soaring. Everyone was filled with an extremely strong fighting spirit, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. Hiss, the heaven-guarding divine army is here. Someone sucked in a breath of air, and whispered among themselves. In the central continent, if there was a force that was not weaker than the ancient Saint dynasty, it would be the heaven-guarding divine army. If there was a force that hated the ancient Saint dynasty the most, it would be the heaven-guarding divine army. The heaven-guarding divine army was originally the strongest army of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were many experts in it, and they were invincible. Back then, they had helped the ancient Saint dynasty suppress the world, and everyone feared them. They were known as the heaven-guarding divine army. However, in the war 30,000 years ago, the heaven-guarding divine army chose to watch from the sidelines. In the end, the heaven-guarding divine army caused the imperial Xie family to suffer heavy losses. The heaven-guarding divine army then announced that they would leave the Xie family and dominate the world. Some people said that if the heaven-guarding divine army had participated in that war, the imperial Xie family would not have suffered such heavy losses. They would not have been unable to control the world, and the current situation in the central continent would not have happened. Therefore, the imperial Xie family viewed the heaven-guarding divine army as a traitor and an enemy. In the past 30,000 years, the two sides had fought many terrifying battles. However, the two sides were on par with each other in terms of strength. They had suffered losses and neither side could do anything to the other. Young Patian, one of the 5 great youths, was from the heaven-guarding divine army. Originally, some people thought that the heaven-guarding divine army would not come today. However, they did not expect the heaven-guarding divine army to be here. Moreover, the heaven-guarding divine army was leading the team. Xie Qitian's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the heaven-guarding divine army. He said, "Today everyone is a guest. Please take a seat." "You're welcome," the heaven-guarding divine army said casually as he led the team to a seat at the side. The third underworld emperor of the south has arrived. The western desert's Wumia Buddha emperor has arrived. The northern plains experts have arrived. The supremes of the eastern wilderness Heavenly Deity Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Monster Valley have arrived. Following that, announcements were made one after another. In the south, an underworld emperor of the south had arrived. Ghostly chi filled the sky as he led a group of experts. In the west, an old monk had a benevolent smile on his face. He wore a simple kasaya and his body was covered in golden light. There was a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a Buddha, also known as the Buddha Emperor. He was an emperor. As for the northern plains and eastern wilderness, no emperors had arrived. That was because the northern plains and eastern wilderness were the same. There were several major forces entrenched in the northern plains, and they were at odds with each other. The emperors could not leave, otherwise their enemies might take advantage of the situation. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Xingtian, and the Jiang family's patriarch. Chapter 11:15. There were 2 leaders from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Wang family head and the Jiang family head. As for Sky Corpse Sect and Sky Monster Valley, they each had 2 supreme martial artists leading them. After everyone had taken their seats, some smaller forces such as Medicine King Valley, who did not have any sovereigns, came and took their seats on both sides. Of course, those who were able to take their seats were all reputable forces. At the very least, they had a supreme martial artist. Those smaller forces were not qualified to take their seats. After half an hour, everyone had arrived. Let the ceremony begin. As the voice sounded, the huge altar started to shine. Endless light bloomed and the entire holy city was shrouded in the light. Xie Qitian stepped out and climbed up the 99 stone steps to the bottom of the altar. The imperial family, Xie family, and the ministers all looked solemn as they faced the altar. All the experts from the powerful forces in Divine Region also stood up. The first ceremony is for the first sacred emperor since ancient times, Xie Qitian said as he bowed to the altar. Ceremony was not for the heavens, but for the ancestors. Martial artists were supposed to go against the heavens. Naturally, they would not offer a ceremony to the heavens. For the first sacred emperor since ancient times, the imperial family and the ministers followed Xie Qitian and bowed. As for the people from the other forces, they just looked and did not bow. If it had been 30,000 years ago, everyone would have bowed. But now, all the major forces had lost their respect. It was good enough that they could come. Naturally, no one would bow with the imperial family. Just as Xie Qitian and the rest were bowing, a beam of light shot up to the sky from the altar. Then a statue appeared. This statue was the first sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty 1,000,000 years ago. He was also the one who had founded the ancient Saint dynasty. Then, Xie Qitian bowed again to offer a ceremony to the second sacred emperor. Similarly, another statue appeared. It was the statue of the second sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Then the ceremony continued. On the altar, statues of the past sacred emperors of the ancient Saint dynasty appeared one after another. On the altar, there was a terrifying aura. It was as though the past sacred emperors had been revived. In the end, there were a total of 108 statues on the altar. They represented the 108 sacred emperors who had passed away. The ancient Saint dynasty had been around for 1,000,000 years, and there had been more than 100 sacred emperors. There's no statue of the previous sage emperor. Could it be that the previous sage emperor is still alive? Someone noticed something fishy. Indeed, there was no statue of the previous holy emperor. If the previous holy emperor had already passed away, his statue would definitely appear here. However, it didn't appear now, which meant that the previous holy emperor was still alive. Many sovereigns of the overlord forces had solemn looks in their eyes. Although the imperial Xia family had weakened and could not be compared to 30,000 years ago, they were still not to be underestimated. Hee, that old fellow is indeed still around. The 100 Battles martial emperor of the Heaven Suppression Army sneered. The sacrificial ceremony is over. Bestow wine and pills. Xie Qitian's voice was heard. He then waved his hand and the space split open. The huge altar entered the space crack and disappeared. Then tables and chairs appeared where the altar used to be. The members of the Xie family, as well as the nobles and ministers, sat down at the tables and chairs. Bestow wine and pills. A voice resounded throughout the entire area. Heavenly music was heard again. At the same time, large cauldrons appeared in the palace. These large cauldrons were as big as mountains. Under the large cauldrons, there were burly men who were naked. Each of the burly men carried a large cauldron and walked in the void. Bam! Bam! These large cauldrons seemed to be extremely heavy. Every time the burly men took a step, the space would vibrate and ripple in the void. At a glance, there were a total of 108 burly men carrying 108 cauldrons that were as big as mountains. They walked in the void and appeared in the sky above the holy city. After the 108 burly men, another 108 young women appeared. They were all dressed in light muslin, and their curves were graceful. Every single one of them was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Each of the 108 beautiful women held a purple golden gourd in their hands. Bestow spiritual wine and spiritual pills. Hurry up and grab more. Tai Xing and the others' eyes lit up as they stared at the sky. Pour. A voice was heard. Ha! The burly men shouted as they turned the large cauldrons and poured the wine down. Immediately, the spiritual wine in the large cauldrons poured out. Each cauldron was as big as a mountain, and it was unknown how many kilograms of spiritual wine it contained. At this moment, 108 large cauldrons fell at the same time, as if 108 waterfalls were falling from the sky. It was extremely spectacular. Moreover, these were all spiritual wines, not ordinary wines. They were made from spiritual herbs, and were very useful for the cultivation of martial artists. Whoosh! The spiritual wine fell from the sky and the rich wine fragrance filled the entire holy city. It was intoxicating to smell it. Haha mine. Me too. In the holy city, countless martial artists rushed into the sky and used their methods to draw the spiritual wine to their side. During this process, they could use various methods to obtain the spiritual wine. However, they were not allowed to attack or kill others. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. That was the rule. No one attacked or killed others. They only used their own methods to obtain the spiritual wine. Whoosh! Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. There seemed to be a vortex in his mouth. The spiritual wine in the sky gathered into a bundle and was swallowed into his mouth. When the wine entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that flowed throughout his body. It was very comfortable. The medicinal power of this spiritual wine is not of much use to me. Lu Ming smiled and stopped trying to snatch it. Although the spiritual wine was not of much use to spirit god martial artists, it was definitely of great use to those below the spirit god realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. Those at the Sea of Soul realm and King realm could definitely increase their cultivation and condense their true yuan. 108 cauldrons that were as big as mountains filled the sky. It was unknown how many kilograms of spiritual wine they contained. The entire holy city was raining spiritual wine. However, not a single drop fell to the ground. They were all pulled by true yuan and collected. Soon, there was not a single drop left in the sky. Bestow pills. Then, the voice sounded again. 108 beautiful women pulled out the lids of the gourds in their hands and poured them down. Immediately, pills were poured out of the gourds and scattered all over the holy city. Those gourds might not look big, but the space inside was like a storage ring. It was unknown how many pills were stored in them, and they continuously scattered on the ground. Countless people's eyes lit up as they used all their strength to collect the pills. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a dozen pills were immediately caught in his hand. Lu Ming glanced at them, and found that these pills were not of much use to him. However, they were quite useful to those below the spirit god realm. Among them there were all kinds of pills. There were healing pills recovering true yuan, detoxifying pills increasing cultivation, and so on. Chapter 11:16. What extravagant spending! Lu Ming exclaimed. Although the spirit wine and pills were not of a high level, there were too many of them. With such a terrifying amount added together, the value was enormous. The Xie family of the imperial family had put in a lot of effort for this sacrificial ceremony. Obviously, the imperial family had been preparing for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have taken out such a large amount of spirit wine and pills. In the air, the people from the major factions watched with faint smiles. Not long after, the pills in the gourds were emptied. The burly men and women carried the cauldron and the gourds and flew back to the imperial palace. Then, young girls flew out of the imperial palace with all kinds of delicacies and wine, placing them in front of the people from the major factions in the air. Ha ha ha, today is the million-year anniversary of the sacred dynasty's establishment. Thank you all for coming here and spending this day with me. Come, let me offer you a toast. Xie Qitian raised his wine cup and drank with the major factions. Then Xie Qitian continued. I believe everyone has heard that I intend to choose a young talent as my husband for my daughter, Nian Lin. Today, all the talents from all the factions in the divine region, and the 5 major dominions are here. We will have a competition. Regardless of gender, everyone can participate. The person who wins first place will be Nian Lin's husband. Of course, if a woman wins first place, her husband will be pushed back by 1 rank. At the same time, I promise that I will agree to one condition of the second and third place. As long as it is within my power, I will allow you to enter the sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to cultivate. The 4th to 10th place can also enter the sacred Emperor Ancient Palace. It's here. When Xie Qitian said that, many people's eyes lit up. It was finally time for the most anticipated segment of the day. Xie Qitian's conditions were too tempting. Not many people could resist. Today, all the geniuses of the divine region were gathered. There would definitely be an exciting battle. Back then, the War of Providence had taken place in the ancient city of Providence. Not many people had seen it, and not many knew how exciting it was. But today they could see it. Moreover, it wasn't just the Middle Continent's heavens prides today. The South Underworld, West Desert, North Plains and East Barren Territories heavens prides had all gathered. Most importantly, numerous top geniuses had stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm in succession, and they were about to carry out the strongest battles in the domain enlightened spirit god realm. This was undoubtedly something that everyone looked forward to even more. Many young heavens favorites in particular were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, ready to show off their skills. Brother Xie, how should we compete? The Yinyang Emperor of Yinyang Palace asked. There are too many geniuses here today. It's impossible to compete with them one by one. Firstly, you have to be below the age of 30. Then you have to go through a round of selection. Only those who pass the selection can enter the official competition, Xie Qitian said. Then he waved his hand, and from the south of the platform, paths condensed by rainbow-colored lights appeared. There were a total of 18 paths, spreading out in the shape of a fan that was 100 miles long. There were tables and chairs on both the east and west sides of the platform, and they were all filled with people. Only the south side was empty. Xie Qitian must have had a plan. The selection process is very simple. Everyone has to go through this path. Those who pass will be considered to have passed, Xie Qitian said. Those who pass through this path will be considered to have passed. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the 18 paths with a slightly solemn expression. Since it was a selection process, it was definitely not that simple. There would definitely be obstacles on the path. Those who want to participate, enter through that door. Xie Qitian waved his hand, and a huge door appeared at the end of the 18 paths. On the side of the imperial family, experts flew towards the door and stood guard on both sides of the door. Only those who passed through the door could participate in the selection process. Let's go. I'm going. Immediately, many young figures flew out from the great forces. There were also young figures flying out from the holy city, flying towards the door. Haha, I'm going. Lu Ming smiled at Tai Xing and the others. You're going too? Commander, the sacred emperor said that only those below the age of 30 can participate. How old are you? Tai Xing and the others looked at Lu Ming suspiciously. Lu Ming had a full beard now. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like he was below the age of 30. He was at least close to 40 years old. Moreover, martial artists aged very slowly. Lu Ming's actual age might be a few hundred years old. Lu Ming actually wanted to participate. If he was caught trying to make up the numbers, he would have to bear the consequences. Hey, what's with your expressions? I'm not even 30 years old, alright? Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the others in disdain before striding towards the door. Not even 30 years old? Tai Xing and the rest of the enforcers stared with their eyes wide open. Their jaws were almost dislocated. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming swaggered to the door. At this moment, there was already a long queue at the door. Lu Ming lined up at the back. Who is that? That bearded man. Why is he lining up at such an old age? Isn't that the awesome commander? What is he doing? Didn't he hear the sacred emperor say that only those below the age of 30 can participate? This weird commander is really audacious. Watch carefully. He will definitely be chased away later. Some people noticed Lu Ming and started to discuss among themselves. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the surrounding gazes and lined up leisurely. Soon it was Lu Ming's turn. Hold it. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. A burly man guarding the door stopped Lu Ming. What am I doing? I'm here to participate in the competition. Lu Ming glared. Competition? The sacred emperor has ordered that those above the age of 30 are not allowed to participate. How old are you? How dare you ignore the sacred emperor's order? You're courting death. The burly man bellowed with an imposing manner. Haha, this weird commander is finished. He dares to ignore the sacred emperor's order. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that I'm over 30? Let me tell you, I'm not 30 yet. I'm just a little older. Don't judge a book by its cover, Lu Ming said casually. This made many people stunned, and then burst into laughter. Lu Ming didn't look like he was under 30. He was definitely over 30. This guy was clearly trying to sneak in. Many people thought so. You get out of the way, don't block the way. A cold shout came from behind Lu Ming. It was a woman's voice. It sounded very pleasant, but very cold and arrogant. Lu Ming turned his head and saw a beautiful woman. She was tall and beautiful. She was not inferior to Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and the others. That's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Zhongzhou State. Some people discussed and looked at Lu Yusin excitedly. So it's Lu Yusin, one of the 5 great beauties of Zhongzhou State. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chapter 11:17. There were 3 or 4 young men surrounding Lu Yusin. They were clearly Lu Yusin's escorts. Standing in the middle of the 3 escorts, Lu Yusin was like the moon surrounded by stars. She was extremely cold and arrogant. She glanced at Lu Ming nonchalantly. There was slight disdain in her eyes. She was like a proud white swan. Big beard, what are you looking at? Is Yusin for you to look at? Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? You're already so old, yet you still want to join the competition. Do you want to marry Princess Nianlin? You're really out of your league. Get lost. Beside Lu Yusin, a few young men berated him one after another. These people obviously came to the sacred city later, and didn't know about Lu Ming's achievements. Where did these wild dogs come from? Don't you know the rules? I'm here first. I haven't entered yet. Line up for me. Do you understand? Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at the few of them, his eyes full of contempt. You. What did you say? You're courting death. Trash. The young men's faces were ugly as they berated. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't fight here, they would have killed Lu Ming. Lu Yusin's face was also ugly and gloomy. Obviously, Lu Ming's words had included her. This trash doesn't respect the sacred emperor's order. He's obviously over the age limit, yet he wants to sneak in. I suggest that we kill him immediately as a warning to others. A young man in a red robe was the loudest. What if I'm not over the age limit? Lu Ming glanced at him. If you're not over 30 years old, I'll kneel down and eat dirt immediately. The young man in a red robe shouted. He looked at Lu Ming carefully, and was even more certain that Lu Ming's age couldn't be below 30 years old. Okay, I want to test my bone age. Lu Ming shouted and his voice spread far and wide. Approved. Let him take the test. A majestic voice was heard. It was Xie Qitian's voice. Naturally, the rulers had witnessed everything that had happened here. Yes. Besides Xie Qitian, an old man flew out. With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared. This is the bone testing mirror. It can test your bone age. The old man explained. Then, a beam of light shot out from the bone measuring mirror and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, almost all eyes were on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming was really under 30 years old? That's impossible. He looks like he's almost 40 years old. His actual age must be even older. Wang. At this moment, the bone testing mirror shook. Then 25 wheels appeared, shining with golden light and filling the air. This was the bone wheel. Each wheel represented 1 year. On the bone measuring mirror, there were 25 wheels, which meant that Lu Ming was only 25 years old. Moreover, the 25th wheel was not very bright, which meant that Lu Ming was still a little short of 25 years old. The scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Oh my god, he's not even 25 years old. This awesome commander is not even 25 years old. How is that possible? He looks like he's almost 40 years old. He's growing too fast. What an eyesore. If he's not even 25 years old, doesn't that mean he belongs to the younger generation? He suppressed Wu Tsang before. There was an uproar at the scene. However, when the last sentence was said, the scene suddenly became quiet again. Yes, if he's not even 25 years old, he belongs to the younger generation. Most importantly, he suppressed Wu Tsang. If Lu Ming was really in his 30s or 40s or even older, and suppressed Wu Tsang, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. However, Lu Ming was only in his 20s, which was younger than Wu Tsang. This meant something different. It meant that this awesome commander was a rare supreme talent who was stronger than Wu Tsang. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This awesome commander was too awesome. It really exceeded everyone's expectations. It wasn't that no one had thought that Lu Ming was someone else in disguise. However, if he wanted to enter the law enforcement army, he would have to go through a background check. If he could disguise his appearance, could he also change his aura? Damn this guy. Wu Tsang naturally saw this scene from inside the gate. He immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. Some people from the Sky Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions. They had suffered a great loss because of this commander. The eyes of some emperors flickered as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Oh my god, commander. He's only 25 years old? Tai Xing and the rest were completely stunned. If it wasn't for the bone measuring mirror that measured Lu Ming's bone age, they would still find it hard to believe. Behind Lu Ming, Lu Yusin and the other young men's eyes almost popped out. The red-robed young man almost bit his tongue off. Can I enter now? Lu Ming looked at the burly man guarding the gate. Yes. Yes, haha. The burly man laughed awkwardly. And you, what did you say just now? If I'm below 30 years old, you will kneel down and eat dirt. Let's begin now. Lu Ming looked at the red-robed young man and said coldly. That. I was just saying it casually. The red-robed young man's face flushed red and he was extremely embarrassed. Bullshit. Lu Ming roared and stared at the red-robed young man furiously. Even his beard stood up. A powerful aura burst out and shrouded the red-robed young man. He berated. Where do you think you are? All the sovereigns are here, and the saint emperors are seated. How dare you speak casually in front of the Saint Emperors? Who do you think the sovereigns are? Do you think they are the targets of your jokes? I think you are courting death. Lu Ming's every word was like a giant hammer that hammered the red-robed young man's heart. His face turned pale, and there was no trace of blood. No, I didn't. You are spouting nonsense. I didn't disrespect the sovereigns. The red-robed young man shook his head repeatedly with cold sweat dripping down his face. You're still denying it? Then why don't you do as you say? If you don't do it, I'll teach you. Lu Ming roared and moved his body. He suddenly appeared in front of the red-robed young man, and pressed his hand down on the red-robed young man's shoulder. This red-robed young man was a third-class prodigy with a perfected spirit embryo cultivation. He was worlds apart from Lu Ming, and had no power to resist at all. Lu Ming pressed him down, and they fell to the ground. Bang! After landing on the ground, the red-robed young man immediately knelt down. Next, Lu Ming pressed his head down to the ground. With a bang, the red-robed young man's face smashed into the ground and smashed the ground, causing him to eat a mouthful of dirt. Gulp. Many people in the surroundings swallowed their saliva and stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. This awesome commander was too tyrannical. He really did what he said and made the red-robed young man eat dirt. Impudent. On the west side of the platform, an elder from a large force slammed the table and shouted angrily. This force was Cold Blood Hall, and the red-robed young man was a prodigy from Cold Blood Hall. Many people from Cold Blood Hall glared fiercely at Lu Ming. Calm down. Chapter 11:18. Just now, it was indeed the red-robed youth who said that if Lu Ming was below 30 years old, he would have to kneel down and eat dirt. Everyone, including the sovereigns, had heard it. Lu Ming directly used the sovereigns to suppress the red-robed youth before attacking. Cold Blood Hall could not stand up for the red-robed youth. Interesting. Interesting indeed. He's very bold. Some of the sovereigns around the platform said faintly as they looked at Lu Ming with great interest. What a good appetite. It's the first time I've seen someone who likes to eat dirt instead of delicacies. Lu Ming muttered as he stepped into the air again and came to the gate. Those from Cold Blood Hall were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lu Yusin gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. On the other hand, the few young men beside Lu Yusin looked at Lu Ming with fear. They were shocked that the red-robed youth could not fight back against Lu Ming. Girl, why are you glaring at me? Be careful, or I'll spank you. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Yusin's perky butt, then laughed and walked through the gate. Lu Yusin's eyes were red. She swore to herself that if she had the chance, she would make Lu Ming regret it. Lu Ming walked through the gate and came to the front of the 18 paths. Some of the geniuses looked at Lu Ming curiously. They were all very curious. When did such a genius appear? Slowly, more and more people came to the front of the 18 paths. In the end, there were no less than 500 people, all of whom were top geniuses. Okay, let's begin. Remember, if you fly out or land on this path, you'll fail. Xie Qitian's voice rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, someone rushed up. There was one person on each path. When they rushed onto the path condensed by the rainbow light, a figure appeared on the path and attacked the geniuses on the path at the same time. As the palm print blasted out, the 18 youths on the 18 paths roared, and were sent flying out of the range of the rainbow light path. Failure. In an instant, all 18 youths were defeated. That's the strength of a spiritual god. It's actually the strength of a spiritual god. There are spiritual deities blocking the way. How are we going to charge through? This is too difficult. Many people's expressions changed greatly, becoming very ugly. Along the way, there were actually spirit gods obstructing them. How could those youths in the spirit embryo realm possibly charge through? Looks like a lot of people will be eliminated during the screening phase. That's indeed the case. With a spiritual deity blocking the way, how many people can charge through? That's normal. The Saint Emperor also said that only the top 10 can enter the Saint Emperor's ancient palace. So what if those spirit embryo realm geniuses manage to enter? You're just here to make up the numbers. You might as well get eliminated earlier. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. On each of the rainbow paths, there was a figure standing with their hands behind their backs. Although they were not real, there was still a powerful aura spreading out. As long as I charge over, I might still stand a chance. Some people's eyes flickered as they began to calculate. Whoosh, whoosh. Then another 18 people rushed up. Boom, boom. The 18 of them struck out with their palms at the same time. Their palms were like raging waves, unceasing and unending. Among them, 17 of them were directly sent flying by the palms and were eliminated. However, there was one person who was a third-class genius. Moreover, he was a powerful figure among the third-class geniuses. His cultivation was infinitely close to the spiritual deity level. He took the palm head-on, but he was not sent flying. Instead, he seized the opportunity, aimed for an opening, and executed an extremely powerful movement technique to charge through. He charged through that figure's obstruction. Haha, I've made it. I've succeeded. The young man was ecstatic as he rushed forward. However, before he could rejoice, another 3 figures condensed in front of him. Each of the 3 figures was at the first level of the spirit god realm. 3 powerful palms surged toward the young man. You can't play like this, the young man shouted as he was sent flying by the powerful palms. 3 spiritual deities, 3 spiritual deities. How are we going to pass? Many people sighed. It was already difficult to pass one, but now, there were 3 on the road ahead. How was it possible to pass? It's almost impossible to pass if you're not a spiritual deity. Someone shook his head. However, there were still people who did not give up and wanted to give it a try. The facts proved that every road was the same. There was only one first-level spirit god at the beginning, and 3 first-level spirit gods at the end. Of course, the strength of these figures was considered ordinary among the first-level spirit gods. Many people failed. Lu Ming saw Shuejiani and Shizhan of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Dongfeng Yu of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Ao2 of the Sky Demon Valley, Feng Xian, and the others fail one after another. Although their talent was considered top-notch in the Eastern Wilderness, it was very ordinary in the vast Divine Wilderness continent. None of the first few batches succeeded. Until the 6th batch, a second-class genius made a move. This person was an old acquaintance of Lu Ming, Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum directly sent the first spiritual deity flying with a move and rushed past. Then he faced 3 spiritual deities, but it did not cause much trouble for Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum struck out 3 times in succession, and repelled the 3 figures before he rushed past. What was shocking was that before Sanguinarum reached the end, more figures condensed on the road. This time, a total of 9 figures appeared. 9 experts at the first layer of the spirit god realm. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 figures struck out a palm at the same time. The 9 palms connected, and the palm force was like a landslide. Sanguinarum's face turned serious. A bloody light flashed and condensed into a blood-red battle saber. He slashed out continuously and broke the 9 palms one by one. However, the 9 figures struck out again after the first palm strike. 9 consecutive palm strikes converged and erupted with terrifying power. The 9 figures seemed to be of one mind, and their cooperation was flawless. A sharp cry resounded. Sanguinarum directly executed bloodline fusion and transformed into a bloodwing bat. He emitted a terrifying sound wave that broke through the palm force. And then his wings were like blades that slashed out and slashed one of the figures into 2. He forcefully charged through the gap and flew forward swiftly. After he charged past the 9 figures, there were no more obstructions behind him, and his path was unobstructed. Sanguinarum became the first person to charge onto the platform. Even then, it still caused many people to have dejected expressions. The difficulty of this was too great. The joint forces of 9 first-level spirit gods were too formidable. Besides those who had broken through to the spirit god realm, who else below the spirit god realm could charge through? But now, besides second-class geniuses, no one in the younger generation had broken through to the spirit god realm. Alas, forget it. It's impossible for me to have any hope. The gap is too great. Someone shook his head and sighed with the intention of giving up. There's indeed no need. There's no hope at all. There's no need to embarrass yourself. That's right. Let's just be a spectator this time. Many people spoke and gave up successively. What a waste of time. At this moment, a cold grunt resounded as a young man stepped forward. Chapter 11:19. Nanming, Underworld Child. Someone whispered as they looked at him with fear. Underworld Child was rumored to be on par with the 5 giants of the central continent. However, he had never fought with any of the 5 giants before, so many people were suspicious of him. The 5 giants of the central continent were all outstanding geniuses. Not everyone could reach that level. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Boom. Suddenly, Underworld Child's aura skyrocketed as a terrifying pressure filled the air. Then whoosh. Underworld Child turned into a ray of light as he charged forward without stopping. His speed was terrifyingly fast. In the first stage, Underworld Child rushed past the figure who had just sent out a palm strike. Underworld Child's body exploded, and did not obstruct Underworld Child at all. In the second stage, 3 figures attacked at the same time, but the result was the same as the previous figure. Underworld Child rushed past the 3 figures, and caused them to explode. Underworld Child's speed was not affected at all. It was as if the 3 spiritual gods were air. Underworld Child's figure was like a ray of light. In the third stage, 9 figures could not obstruct Underworld Child at all. All 9 figures exploded as well. Whoosh! Underworld Child's figure appeared on the platform. Hiss gasps could be heard at the scene. Underworld Child was too powerful and terrifying. Ordinary first-level spiritual gods were nothing in front of him. In the eyes of many people, Underworld Child had just turned into a ray of black light, and arrived on the other side in a flash. The time he used was shockingly short. Too terrifying. His strength is far beyond ordinary second-level prodigies. He has definitely reached the level of the 5 giants. Not bad. This is going to be interesting. The geniuses of the other domains will clash with the 5 giants. It will definitely be exciting. Underworld Child's strength shocked everyone. Haha, then I'll go too. A young man in a golden robe stepped out with a loud laugh. This person was golden in color. He had golden hair, golden clothes and golden boots. His body emitted rays of golden light, as if he was a small golden sun. Lion Metropolis, one of the 5 giants. Someone recognized this young man. Lion Do was from the Lion Tiger Hall, an overlord force. It was said that he was a golden lion with 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast Sun Lion. He was extremely powerful. 90% of his bloodline had almost become a pure sun god lion. However, there were almost no innate pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent. Those demon emperors had all transformed into pure-blooded divine beasts when they broke through to become emperors. However, this was an acquired cultivation success. There was still a huge gap between them and innate pure-blooded divine beasts. Lion Capital, let's go together. As soon as Lion Do stepped out, another young man wearing a 5-colored feather robe also stepped out. Everyone was shocked as they recognized this young man. Kong Lin was a supreme genius of the Wanyao Mountain, an overlord force. It was said that he had 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast 5 elements peacock, and was exceptionally powerful. Similarly, they were 2 of the 5 magnates of Zhongzhou State. Among the 5 magnates of Zhongzhou State, 3 were from the human clan and 2 were from the demon clan. Kong Lin. Shirdo looked at Kong Lin and grinned. The 2 of them looked at each other, and moved almost at the same time. A ray of 5-colored light and a ray of golden light respectively rushed towards a different path. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost without stopping, the light flashed past. Just like Underworld Child, the spiritual deities blocking their path were directly blasted apart. They did not stop them at all. In an instant, the 2 of them had already appeared on the opposite platform. The 5 magnates are really powerful. Many people sighed. This was the strength of the 5 magnates. Compared to them, ordinary geniuses were too far away. Even many second-class geniuses felt powerless. My hair, this poor monk is coming. A Buddhist chant that Lu Ming was very familiar with sounded. A monk with a baby face and a smile stepped out. This unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming curled his lips. Amitba. A crisp Buddhist chant sounded. A petite figure stepped forward and came to a path next to the unscrupulous monk. A female bodhisattva. What a beautiful female bodhisattva. Many people's eyes lit up. It was actually a nun. She was petite and wore a snow-white kasaya that was spotless. Her body was filled with holy Buddhist light, like a female bodhisattva who walked out of a painting. She was very beautiful. Even if she did not have 100,000 strands of hair, she was still peerless and holy. One could not bear to look away after taking a glance at her. What a pity! Such a peerless beauty who is not inferior to the 5 beauties is actually a female bodhisattva. Sigh. Many people sighed and felt that it was a pity. Hee, the 2 bald donkeys of the western desert are going to fight. Let me accompany you. With a sneer, a young man in a black robe with black flames all over his body stepped out and appeared on another path. Someone recognized that this person was a genius of the southern underworld. Bam! Bam! On the other side, 2 tall figures stepped out at the same time, attracting everyone's attention. They were Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur of the northern plains. Haha, it's really lively. I'll go then. The unscrupulous monk smiled. His body was filled with Buddhist light, and with a flash of light, he rushed forward. At the same time, the others also moved. They turned into rays of light and rushed forward. On the way, the figures of the spirit gods were useless. The next moment on the opposite platform, Yang Patian, Tuoba Shur, the unscrupulous monk, the female bodhisattva, and the young man covered in black flames arrived almost at the same time. Almost everyone was stunned. How is this possible? There are so many prodigies of the 5 magnates? Many people gasped and stammered. It was unbelievable. Yang Patian had long been one of the 5 magnates of the middle continent. This was not surprising. As for Tuoba Shur, he had fought with Yang Patian a few times and was already famous in the middle continent. As for the unscrupulous monk, his performance in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm of the World Academy had also spread. Everyone also treated him as one of the 5 magnates. Those 3 people were not surprising. However, the female bodhisattva and the young man covered in black flames were also terrifying. It was too shocking. Don't tell me those 2 are also as strong as the 5 magnates. How can they compete? The top 10 spots are almost all taken up. Many people sighed. First it was the Nether Child, followed by Lion Do and Kong Lin. Now there were 8 unfathomable existences like them in total. There were not many spots left. Next, many second-class prodigies began to step forward. Now, almost all the second-class prodigies had stepped into the spirit god realm, so such a test was naturally not difficult for them. Those second-class prodigies stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming saw Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Kong Xian, Junyu Dishun, and others. There were also some that Lu Ming did not recognize. This time, most of the prodigies of the Divine Wilderness continent had come. Chapter 11:20. At this moment, a young man with an ordinary appearance stepped forward. This young man was really very ordinary. His appearance was ordinary, and his figure was ordinary as well. He had a medium build, and his face was very calm. He didn't have any overbearing arrogance, nor did he have the noble and domineering aura of a king. He was just like an ordinary young man. However, when this young man walked out, he attracted the attention of everyone. Even the monarch realm experts looked over. Because this young man was Long Chun. Long Chun was a name that everyone in the central continent knew. Because he was the well-deserved overlord of the younger generation of the central continent. He was invincible and could sweep through all his opponents. All along the way, he had never tasted defeat among those of the same generation. During the Battle of Karmic Luck, he'd stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and he was far ahead of the other 4 great figures. He was reputed to be a rare genius of the central continent in 100,000 years. No one spoke. Everyone's gazes descended onto Long Chun. They wanted to see how he would perform. Bang! Long Chun moved and took a step forward. That's right, it was just an ordinary step. Then he took another step. Just like that, he took one step at a time, neither hurried nor slow, and walked forward step by step. He traversed several kilometers with a single step. His speed wasn't fast. Not to mention being unable to compare to Yang Patian and the others, he couldn't even compare to second-grade prodigies. He took a few steps and arrived before the first figure. That figure slapped out with his palm. Long Chun swung his palm as well. Bang! That figure exploded into pieces. After that, Long Chun continued forward. In next to no time, He arrived before the 3 figures in the second stage. He swung his palm again, and the 3 figures exploded into pieces. After that, he continued forward and arrived before the third stage. He swung his palm again, and another 9 figures exploded at the same time. He seemed to be very relaxed and carefree. After that, he stepped onto the platform again. His speed wasn't fast, but the speed at which he passed the stage was very fast. Those figures couldn't obstruct him at all. So in general, he surpassed most second-grade prodigies. This person is unfathomable. Lu Ming stared at Long Chun and noticed that he couldn't see through Long Chun at all. I'll go as well. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. He randomly chose a path and charged forward. Lu Ming's performance wasn't too shocking either. Although he managed to break through at an extremely fast speed, his speed was only average among the second-class prodigies. Therefore, he didn't cause too much of a commotion. Because Lu Ming was able to suppress Wu Tsang before, it was normal for him to have such a result. The others were not too surprised. After Lu Ming passed, several second-class heavenly legends passed the test one after another. After these second-class geniuses passed, no one else tried. The remaining third-class geniuses, and even those who were weaker, all shook their heads. There was no need for them to try, because it was impossible. All right, the screening is over, Xie Qitian said. With a wave of his hand, the 18 rainbow paths disappeared without a trace. At the scene, everyone's eyes fell on the platform. There were a total of 40 people on the platform. In other words, only 40 people had passed the selection. Nanming is really something. 2 of them are suspected to be on the same level as the Great Five, and 3 other second-tier prodigies. Northern Plains is also impressive. Other than Tuobashir, there are also 3 second-tier prodigies. I think the Western Desert is unfathomable. They have 2 suspected Great Five but no second-tier prodigies. This isn't realistic. I don't think even the second-tier prodigies are here. I can't see how strong they are at all. Indeed, the Western Desert has always been unfathomable. They have a long history. No one knows how long ago the Western Desert Saint Monk appeared. Speaking of which, the Eastern Wilderness is really awkward. Only one the Arch passed the selection. Haha. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming looked around. It was indeed so. Central Continent had the most people. Other than him, there were a total of 27 people. 5 from Nanming, 4 from Northern Plains, and 2 from Western Desert. However, the 2 from Western Desert were unfathomable. Eastern Wilderness only had 1 the Arch. Eastern Wilderness? It's just a barren land. Li Lai is the weakest. How many prodigies can there be? It's already good that they have 1 the Arch. I heard that there's also someone called Lu Ming, who's above the Arch, but he didn't come. He didn't come. I'm afraid he's declined, so he doesn't dare to come. He used to be stronger than the Arch, but now he's probably weaker than the Arch. That's true. Let's not talk about the Eastern Wilderness. Everyone discussed and expressed their opinions. However, when the Eastern Wilderness was mentioned, they all looked at it with contempt. In the crowd, Shuejiani, Ao2, Dongfangyu, and the others' faces turned red. However, they felt helpless in their hearts. They had no choice. The Eastern Wilderness was indeed the weakest. This was an indisputable fact. They used to stand at the top of the Eastern Wilderness, and were full of confidence. They thought that even if they came to Central Continent, they would be able to make a name for themselves. However, ever since they came to Central Continent, they had been dealt a heavy blow. There were too many people in Central Continent who were stronger than them. Even the Arch was only a second-tier prodigy. This made them feel dejected. I wonder what kind of name Lu Ming will make if he comes to Central Continent. He'll probably be suppressed and won't be able to do much. At this moment, Shuejiani, Dongfangyu, Ao2, and the others thought of Lu Ming. However, they thought that even if Lu Ming came, he would probably be weaker than the Arch. The Arch had comprehended the intent of space and was extremely powerful. During the Battle of Providence, Thearka's intent of space was still weak. The intent of space would become stronger as one progressed. They believed that the Arch had already surpassed Lu Ming. Alright, there are 40 people in total. Now let's begin the first round. The rules of the first round are very simple. I've already recorded the time you took to pass the selection. Now, according to the time you took to pass, you'll be divided into 2 groups. The shorter the time, the better the result. The top 20 will be in one group, and the bottom 20 will be in the other. The rule of the first round is that the bottom 20 will challenge the top 20. If they succeed, they'll advance directly. If they fail, they'll be eliminated directly. Moreover, each person can only challenge once. Those who are challenged can only accept one challenge. Xie Qitian announced. What? The bottom 20 will challenge the top 20? Many people's expressions changed. There was no doubt that Yang Patian, Lion Du, and the others had taken the shortest time, and those who were challenged could only accept one challenge. This meant that someone would definitely challenge Yang Patian, Lion Du, and the others. Wouldn't that mean that they would lose? Now I'll announce the names of the bottom 20. Wu Tsang Sanguinarum. Xie Qitian announced the names of the bottom 20. Those whose names were called had ugly expressions. At the same time, they began to size up those whose names were not called. I didn't expect to enter the top 20. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Apart from him, Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Darch, and Wu Chengkong, the second-grade prodigies that Lu Ming knew, were all in the top 20. Kong Xian, Jun Yu, and the others were in the bottom 20. Lu Yusin was also in the bottom 20. Her expression was ugly. Chapter 11:21. Yang Patian, Lion Do, Kong Lin, and Long Chen were ignored. Tuoba Shi, Unscrupulous Monk, and other powerhouses were also ignored. Challenging them was no different from admitting defeat. Besides, the Emperor God, who had mastered the space concept, was also excluded. Wu Chengkong, who had always been at the top of the second-grade prodigies, was also excluded. There were also a few others who gave off an unfathomable feeling. There were also Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling, 2 peerless beauties who were pursued by many people. Of course, no one would challenge them. There were only a few people left. Many people's gazes swept over Lu Ming and the other 2 people. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Tsang before, but Wu Tsang was considered weak among the second-grade prodigies. Besides, Lu Ming had used a treasure to block the attack of a 4th-grade spirit god. However, in such an occasion, one would not be allowed to win with a treasure. One had to rely on one's own strength. Therefore, Lu Ming was undoubtedly one of the best targets to challenge. Before we start, I'll say 2 things. First, this is only a competition. You can't kill your opponent. Second, don't rely too much on external items. You have to rely on your own strength. Xie Qitian announced. You, the bearded man, I challenge you. What are you doing? That bearded man is mine. Get lost, all of you. He's mine. As soon as Xie Qitian finished speaking, a few people stared at Lu Ming, wanting to challenge him. Hey, do you all think I'm easy to bully? There was a fierce glint in Lu Ming's eyes as he scanned the few of them. Wait a minute. This is too messy. We'll do it according to the results. Those with good results in the bottom 20 will have priority. As soon as Xie Qitian said that, the place quieted down. Following which, an old man walked out and reported the rankings of the following 20 people one by one. The more they reported, the uglier their faces became. Those with good results would have priority, so they would definitely challenge the weak. In other words, the last one would be the strongest. For example, Long Chen, Yang Patian, and the others. Who would challenge them at the beginning? Those who were ranked at the bottom would definitely encounter Yang Patian and the others. How could they be happy? Now let's begin. After the names were reported, Xie Qitian announced. I'll go first. Lu Yusin stepped out. Her results were the best among the 20 people behind her. She almost made it into the top 20. Her gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, Big Beard, I challenge you. Previously, Lu Ming did not give her any face at all, and even suppressed the cold-blood Hall genius in front of everyone. In Lu Yusin's view, this was a complete slap to her face. She had long wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could she miss it? Little girl, you want to challenge me? Like I said before, be careful or I'll spank you. Lu Ming grinned as his gaze swept over Lu Yusin's perky buttocks. You are courting death. Lu Yusin's face turned ugly. This guy is really courting death. Shirdo, one of the 5 magnates, emitted a cold light and murderous intent, causing those standing beside him to tremble. Everyone in the central continent knew that Shirdo had always been Lu Yusin's suitor. Since Lu Ming dared to flirt with Lu Yusin, it was obvious that Shirdo had his eyes on him. Lu Yusin challenged Lu Ming. Everyone else stepped back and stood at the edge of the platform. Only Lu Ming and Lu Yusin stood facing each other on the platform. If I don't beat you until you beg for mercy today, I'm not Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin's beautiful eyes were full of cold light. She was confident that she could defeat Lu Ming, because she had not used her full strength in the selection. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lu Yusin moved. She pounced on Lu Ming. The strange thing was that as Lu Yusin dashed out, there were more and more of her figures. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the end, the platform was filled with Lu Yusin silhouettes. There were hundreds of them, densely packed around Lu Yusin. This is the illusion demon body technique of the Dark Illusion sect. Lu Yusin has actually cultivated it to this level. How shocking! At the edge of the platform, some second-grade prodigies recognized this body technique and had a serious expression. With hundreds of silhouettes appearing all of a sudden, how could he fight back? Lu Yusin's battle strength was considered above average even among second-grade prodigies. Illusion Demon Finger. With a shout, the hundreds of silhouettes stretched out their hands at the same time. Her slender, jade-like fingers seemed slender and weak, but they exuded a power that was more terrifying than that of a divine weapon. They pierced through the void, aiming to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh. Swoosh. There were finger forces in all directions, aiming at the vital parts of Lu Ming's body. A black spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Ming Lu was from the Black Spear sect, so he had bought a black spear some time ago. It was a middle-grade level 8 spirit weapon. Swoosh. Swoosh. With a shake of the spear, streaks of black spear flowers condensed in the air and flew towards the finger forces. Bam. Bam. There was a series of collisions, and the spear flowers and finger forces disappeared. Wang. Then the black spear radiance expanded and swept out with a force that could wipe out an army. However, Lu Yusin's body technique was indeed impressive. In the face of such an attack, the hundreds of silhouettes on the platform flashed and dodged Lu Ming's spear. Let's see how many spears you can dodge. Lu Ming held the spear and swept out continuously. The spear radiance was like a black dragon, surging on the huge platform and enveloping the entire platform. Although Lu Yusin's body technique was strong, its power was greatly reduced on such a platform. Soon, she could no longer dodge, and the silhouettes were hit by the spear radiance and dissipated. Humph! Lu Yusin snorted and advanced instead of retreating. Her figure flashed continuously at an incredible speed. Lu Ming's spear radiance was like a dragon, but he could not hit her. When she approached Lu Ming, a gray fog appeared above Lu Yusin's head. On the gray fog, there were 8 golden chakras. This was Lu Yusin's bloodline. Great dream of spring and autumn. At this moment, Lu Yusin transformed into a ball of gray fog. The gray fog expanded rapidly, shrouding Lu Ming within it. When Lu Ming was enveloped by the gray fog, the surroundings suddenly changed. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently. Lu Ming saw an intense battle taking place in front of him. Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming was shocked. The Talisman Puppet Sect was in front of him. At this moment, the yin-yang formation of the Talisman Puppet Sect was broken. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's army was swarming in and charging into the yin-yang mountain. At this moment, both sides were fighting a bloody battle. He saw the 9 Sons Prime Yin Kuangtu being killed by Martial Monarch De, by Shijin Du Songjue, and the others died at the hands of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's primes. His parents, his disciples, and his friends were all turned into ashes in the bloody battle. Illusion, illusion, this is an illusion. Lu Ming took a deep breath and his eyes flickered continuously. In the Sacred Mansion's secret realm, he had entered an illusion created by an existence that surpassed the Emperor realm, and almost got lost. Compared to that illusion, this illusion was too fake. How could it confuse Lu Ming? Chapter 11:22. At this moment, at the edge of the platform, the geniuses, the rulers, supremes, and many other powerhouses on their seats, as well as the powerhouses in the holy city and the surrounding air, were all staring at the platform. They saw Lu Ming's figure being shrouded by the gray fog. It's Lu Yusin's dream of spring and autumn. That guy called Ming Lu is finished. The outcome has been decided. That's right. Once Lu Yusin's dream of spring and autumn is used, he can only retreat. Once he's shrouded, he'll fall into an endless illusion. Even the top 5 youths would be in danger. Lu Yusin has won. A few second-class geniuses were discussing. They knew how terrifying Lu Yusin's dream of spring and autumn was. This was Lu Yusin's bloodline secret technique. It was very mysterious and unpredictable. After that, no one made a sound and they waited quietly. Lu Ming's eyes were tightly shut in the gray fog. However, 2 minutes later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Let's end this. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he shouted. The scene of the talisman puppet sex battle suddenly froze. Then, it shattered like a mirror and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming was still standing on the platform as the gray fog shrouded him. Break. Lu Ming's palm was like a sword as the 5-colored intent exploded and he slashed down. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently as the gray fog rolled. It was constantly being destroyed by Lu Ming's true origin. In the next moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed in a certain direction. He grabbed with his claw and a terrifying force suddenly erupted. In that direction, the gray fog was destroyed and Lu Yusin's figure appeared. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and her mouth was agape. Her face was filled with disbelief. His true origin condensed into a huge hand and grabbed Lu Yusin. His true origin surged in and sealed Lu Yusin's major acupoints, preventing her from circulating her true origin. As Lu Yusin was grabbed by Lu Ming, the gray fog dissipated. When the crowd saw this scene, they were stunned. Lu Yusin has been defeated and captured. What's going on? Many people did not see what had happened because of the gray fog. They thought that Lu Ming would definitely lose. However, after 2 minutes, the fog dissipated and they saw this scene. Some sovereigns and sovereigns' eyes flickered, but they did not speak. They had obviously seen something. Let me go. Lu Yusin struggled hard in the true origin hand's hand. But her true origin was sealed. How could she break free with just her physical strength? Let you go? Hee, did I forget what I said? Lu Ming grinned, his eyes darting all over Lu Yusin's body. Lu Yusin stared at Lu Yusin. What do you want? Of course it's to spank you. Sue. SSS your will. King sovereigns you. How? Lu Yusin glared at Lu Ming angrily. Her threat was self-evident. You dare to threaten me? You're asking for a beating. With a thought, he controlled his true origin and grabbed Lu Yusin. Then he slapped Lu Yusin's round buttocks. Smack. A clear and crisp sound echoed throughout the entire area. Lu Ming's palm slapped Lu Yusin's but hard, causing her but to tremble violently in front of everyone's eyes. Silence. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Countless people stared at the scene with their mouths open. He hit Lu Yusin's butt. After a long time, someone stammered, but he couldn't finish his sentence. They couldn't believe it. The peerless beauty Lu Yusin, who was capable of causing the downfall of nations, was actually being spanked in front of everyone. This was simply inconceivable. How could this Ming Lu be so daring? Lu Yusin was one of the 5 peerless beauties of Zhongzhou State. Of course, more people were envious. Whether young or old, they were envious. Some even had red eyes. They also wanted to slap one of the 5 great beauties of Zhongzhou State, but they didn't dare to. Pervert, lecher. A woman scolded and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. You're courting death. A loud roar was heard, and a terrifying murderous intent erupted. A golden light soared into the sky. Sherdou looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. As everyone knew, Sherdou had been pursuing Lu Yusin. Since Lu Ming dared to treat Lu Yusin like this, he naturally wished he could kill Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Yusin was also stunned. She stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After a long while, she let out an earth-shattering scream. She was actually being treated like this by Lu Ming in front of everyone. She wished there was a hole in the ground and she could crawl into it. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yusin screamed and struggled desperately. What are you screaming for? How dare you threaten me? Hit me again. Lu Ming scolded and slapped her again. The clear and melodious voice once again echoed throughout the entire area. Everyone's eyes were about to explode, especially the men. They were so envious that their eyes turned red. Some of them were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had replaced Lu Ming to teach Lu Yusin a lesson. Commander! Commander, Tai Xing and the other members of the law-enforcing army were completely speechless. They knew that Lu Ming was awesome, but this was too awesome. Even some of the sovereigns and supreme beings at the table felt their eyelids twitching. How dare you? A supreme being from the Serene Fantasy sect couldn't hold it in any longer. He shouted and his supreme being aura spread. However, he was immediately stopped by the sovereigns of the Serene Fantasy sect. Today was the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year sacrifice ceremony. Many experts had gathered. Besides, Lu Ming and Lu Yusin were having a fair fight on the fighting stage. It wasn't appropriate for them to interfere. Ming, you're dead. The golden light on Shurdo's body shone brighter, and terrifying murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. What are you screaming for? Who are you? Shut the hell up. Lu Ming stared coldly at the lion. He was stunned and berated. The lion was enraged. It almost dashed out to kill Lu Ming. In the end, he held it in. With so many sovereigns here, he didn't dare to break the rules. You still dare to threaten me? Lu Ming looked at Lu Yusin again. I'm going to kill you, Lu Yusin screamed. Smack. Another slap was sent down, and Lu Yusin's scream stopped abruptly. The surrounding people were already numb. This awesome commander is too awesome. He's already defying the heavens. He's completely lawless and audacious. Where did this Ming Lu come from? I've never heard of him before. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. First he suppressed Wu Tsang. Now he's treating Lu Yusin like this. To be honest, I'm really impressed. A Sky Pride spoke. He looked very simple and honest. Everyone recognized that he was a Sky Pride from the Soldier Manor. I'm me-haired. I'm envious. A Buddhist chant was heard. Everyone was stunned because the person who said he was envious was the heartless monk. However, you're just a monk. What are you envious of? Do you want to go up and have a try? Many people were speechless. Amitba. Chapter 11:23. Are you still threatening me? Lu Ming continued to stare at Lu Yusin. Lu Yusin bit her lips. This time, she did not dare to speak. That's right. I've already warned you twice, but you didn't listen. Little girl, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Don't hold a grudge. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Ming spoke eloquently, as if he was an elder lecturing a junior. Coupled with his big beard, he looked like he was in his 40s. He really did have that kind of aura. Lu Yusin could only glare at Lu Ming hatefully. She did not dare to say a word, but she could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. She hated it. In the future, when others saw her, they would definitely think of this bearded man. Alright, that's all for today. Behave yourself in the future. Don't be so arrogant. With that, Lu Ming waved his hand and Lu Yusin flew out. When she flew out of the platform, Lu Ming had already unsealed the quintessential essence in her body. Lu Yusin's quintessential essence spread out. She glanced at Lu Ming with murderous intent, then flew to the seats of the Xuanhuan sect without saying a word. Ming Lu wins this battle. An elder from the Imperial Xia family announced. Lu Ming grinned and walked to the side of the platform. This big brother is amazing. I'm impressed. At the side, Monk Wuliang put his palms together, his face full of admiration. This made the hearts of the people around him twitch. Is this monk really a holy monk of the Western Desert? Haha, master, you're exaggerating. Lu Ming said casually. However, he did not dare to underestimate this monk Wuliang. He felt that this monk was unfathomable. Next, the competition continued. A Sky Pride from Nanming stepped forward. His ranking was second only to Lu Yusin. This person chose a Sky Pride who was slightly weaker. Unfortunately, he still lost and followed in Lu Yusin's footsteps. Next, the challenges continued one after another. The next two contestants were very strong. They both won. However, from the fifth challenge onwards, the challengers began to lose. Kong Xian challenged Wu Chengkong and was defeated. Wu Chengkong's cultivation had actually reached the second level of Spirit God. Wu Chengkong must have made another breakthrough during this period of time. Two people challenged Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling, but they both failed. Sandalwood Fairy used her body to carve a formation. The peerless killing formation within her body erupted, and it was extremely powerful. In addition to his alchemy skills, his combat prowess was astonishing. Pure emptiness had comprehended 3 different mentalities. The combination of the 3 mentalities was mysterious and unpredictable. His battling power was also very strong. It would not be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. Immediately, someone challenged Di Shun. The concept of space was truly worthy of being called the king of concepts. The further one cultivated it, the more astonishing its power was. In the end, Di Shun defeated his opponent and maintained his position in the top 20. Soon, only Long Chun, Yang Patian, and unscrupulous monk were left. The faces of the remaining 9 people who had yet to issue a challenge were extremely ugly. Some people were really unwilling to accept it. After picking and choosing, they finally chose Monk Wuliang. This fellow didn't seem reliable. Perhaps his battle prowess wasn't strong enough? Then, the second-class prodigy who had issued the challenge was sent flying off the platform by Heartless Monk. He won in 1 move. The difference was too great. The remaining 8 people sighed. Knowing that it was meaningless to challenge him, they all admitted defeat. The first round was over. There were 20 people left. Everyone looked at Xie Qitian, wanting to know the rules of the next round. Would it be a one-on-one battle again? In the second round, let's decide the winner and the loser in one fell swoop. Xie Qitian said. The 20 of you will fight in a free-for-all on the platform. You can fight however you want. The score will be calculated according to the time you stay on the platform. The longer you stay on the platform, the better your score will be. In the end, the top 10 and top 3 will be determined. A free-for-all? Everyone was shocked. Xie Qitian had actually used a free-for-all method to let the 20 prodigies on the platform fight to determine the winner. This made the situation complicated. A free-for-all was not a one-on-one battle. They could join forces or form alliances. The situation was ever-changing. Now let's begin. Xie Qitian's voice spread across the entire platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Xie Qitian's voice fell, a figure on the platform moved away from the people around him and stared at the others cautiously. Everyone was an enemy except for himself. No one could guarantee that no one would suddenly attack him. Only Longchen looked calm and indifferent. He stood there casually and looked straight ahead as if he did not care at all. On the platform, everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Yang Patian, let's continue to fight. Today we must decide the winner. A loud roar broke the silence. Tuobashir held the mace in his hand and charged towards Yang Patian. That's what I want. I'll defeat you today. The sky halberd appeared in Yang Potion's hand. He took a step forward and charged towards Tuobashir. Boom. The sky halberd and the sky halberd collided heavily. The space was torn apart, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. Third-level spirit god. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Yang Patian and Tuobashir's cultivation had indeed broken through to the third-level spirit god. They were stronger than when they were in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Such prodigies were terrifying. Not only were their combat strength shocking, but their cultivation speed was also terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged more than 10 blows and the entire world seemed to be trembling. So powerful. The second-class prodigies were shocked when they saw this scene. Was this the strength of the young tycoons? They were too powerful. How could they compete with them? Western Desert bald donkeys, I won't fight for a while. Let's see if your strength has improved. The young man covered in black flames stared at Monk Wuliang and the female bodhisattva. Little dog on fire, I'll fulfill your wish. Monk Wuliang took a step forward and his body was covered in golden light. A golden palm print blasted towards the young man covered in black flames. The black flames on the young man's body burned fiercely. It was terrifying as if they were flames from hell. Boom, boom. Monk Wuliang and the young man covered in black flames exchanged a few blows. The flames and the golden light split the world into 2 sides. The others on the side retreated far away. Fortunately, the platform was big enough and sturdy. Otherwise, the others would not have a place to stand. The commotion caused by the battle between the two was not any smaller than the battle between Yang Patian and Tuobashir. Amitabha. The female bodhisattva of the western desert chanted the name of Buddha and stepped forward. With every step she took, a golden lotus would appear under her feet. It was holy and beautiful. Her target was the underworld child. The western desert and southern underworld had been enemies since ancient times. One was Buddha and the other was evil. The prodigies of the two domains naturally knew each other and had fought many times in the past. This time they naturally clashed as soon as they met. Chapter 11:24. As soon as the competition began, the Western Desert and Nanming continent prodigies started fighting. Yang Patian and Tuobashir were engaged in a fierce battle. While the 6 prodigies were engaged in an intense battle, the rest did not move. Longchen stood there calmly. His expression was indifferent and his aura was calm. There did not seem to be anything special about him. However, everyone took the initiative to distance themselves from him. Naturally, no one would be courting death by attacking him. Among the remaining prodigies, only Lion Do and Kong Lin were left. Both of them scanned the second-class prodigies coldly, especially Lion Do. His cold and murderous gaze swept past Lu Ming from time to time. The remaining second-class prodigies were wary of each other and distanced themselves from each other. Brother Lion, Brother Kong, I have a suggestion. Why don't we team up and defeat all of them? That way, there will only be 10 of us left. Wu Chengkong walked toward Lion Do and suggested. Then, he scanned all the second-class prodigies, including Lu Ming. The second-class prodigies' expressions changed when they heard that. There were a total of 9 prodigies on the platform. Including Wu Chengkong, there were 10 of them. Wu Chengkong's intention was obvious. Once everyone was defeated, he would be able to secure a spot in the top 10. Lion Do and Kong Lin's eyes flashed as they scanned the crowd. All right, we'll do as you say. Lion Do said. Lion Tiger Hall was on good terms with Tianwu Sword Sect. Lion Do was also on good terms with Wu Chengkong. That was why he agreed to Wu Chengkong's suggestion. Another reason was that it would be beneficial for them to leave the top 10 on the platform earlier. The prodigies would definitely fight for the top 10. However, if they fought now and someone lost, wouldn't they fall out of the top 10 and be taken advantage of by the second-class prodigies? If they could secure a spot in the top 10, they would be able to fight to their heart's content. Even if they lost, they could still enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to comprehend. Kong Lin had obviously thought of that too. His eyes flashed as he said, I agree too. Alright, Kong Lin. Let's team up and get rid of these trash. Lion Do sneered and his eyes were cold. The second-class prodigy's expressions turned ugly. Wu Chengkong, you're despicable. Damn it. Everyone, I suggest we team up. Otherwise we'll all lose. Alright, I agree. Let's work together. Several second-class geniuses spoke one after another. In a flash, 6 second-class geniuses gathered together, intending to join forces against Shirdo, Kong Lin, and Wu Chengkong. However, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling did not follow them. The 2 peerless fairies gathered together and retreated to the side. In addition, Dishan did not gather with them. His figure flickered and he retreated. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to meet up with them. You guys, why aren't you coming over? Do you want to be defeated by them one by one? A young man shouted coldly as he glanced at Dishan and Lu Ming. You don't have to worry about me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Stubborn. You think you have some strength, so you're getting carried away. Let's see how you'll be defeated. The young man scolded Lu Ming. He was very unhappy that Lu Ming did not join them. Do it. Lion opened his mouth and stared at Lu Ming first. Brother Lion, you don't have to do anything for this guy. I'll take him down. Wu Chengkong said as he stared at Lu Ming. All right. The Saint Emperor said that we can't kill him, but that's all. You know what to do now, right? Lion Do pondered for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, I'll break his limbs and bones. I guarantee that he won't be able to get out of bed for half a year. Wu Chengkong revealed a sinister smile. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd-level spirit god realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was full of confidence and did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Bam! Bam! He took a few steps forward, and the sword chi on his body whistled as he closed in on Lu Ming. How dare you injure the elites of Sky Martial Sword Sect? I'll let you know the consequences now. Wu Qingkong's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Smashing Sky Martial Sword Sect. It seems like you don't learn your lesson. This time I'll teach you a lesson. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and struck at Wu Qingkong. Clang. The sword aura let out a long cry. Wu Qingkong unsheathed his combat sword, and a sharp sword aura slashed toward Lu Ming. His cultivation had broken through to the second-level spirit god realm, and his combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. The sword chi cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming's palm struck Wu Qingkong's sword chi and shattered it. At the same time, his palm continued to strike. Clang. When the palm landed on the sword, there was a loud explosion. The battle sword trembled nonstop. Wu Qingkong felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He could feel a terrifying force surging towards him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. How is this possible? Wu Qingkong roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been forced back by Lu Ming's palm strike. He was already one of the top second-grade prodigies. Now he was ahead of the other second-grade prodigies, and was the first to reach the second-level spirit god realm. His combat strength was so strong that he was almost invincible among the giants. But now he had been forced back by Lu Ming's palm strike. It was hard for him to accept. The surrounding spectators were also shocked beyond words. This bearded commander's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. Could he really be a match for Wu Qingkong? Boom. Boom. At this moment, Shi Dou and Kong Lin had already made their moves. The two of them displayed their terrifying combat strength, and attacked the 6 second-grade prodigies like a storm. Although the 6 second-grade prodigies tried their best to resist, they were still at a disadvantage. This showed the terrifying combat strength of a giant prodigy. Dong! Lu Ming took a step forward and the entire platform rumbled. His true yuan surged as he used the suppressing hell skill. Every move he made contained terrifying power. He instantly appeared in front of Wu Qingkong and punched out a few times. The punches carried endless power. The sky shook and groaned as if it could not withstand Lu Ming's punches. How can he be so strong? Wu Qingkong was terrified. He unleashed all his strength and slashed out shocking sword chi with his battle sword. But all of them were suppressed and defeated by Lu Ming's punches. Lu Ming was like a hot knife through butter. Wu Qingkong was forced back. His body trembled and he vomited blood. Explode. Explode. Wu Qingkong activated his bloodline and transformed into a battle sword as he retreated. But it was useless. Lu Ming's punches were too powerful and suppressed everything. Clang. 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 The punches landed on the battle sword. After 7 punches, the battle sword that Wu Qingkong had transformed into exploded. Wu Qingkong's body reappeared and he was vomiting blood. His face was pale. Defeated, Wu Qingkong was defeated. This result was beyond many people's expectations. Although Lu Ming had defeated Wu Tsong was considered weak among the second-grade prodigies. Wu Qingkong, on the other hand, was a top second-grade prodigy who had broken through to the second-level spirit god realm. His combat strength was much stronger than Wu Tsong's. At first, no one thought that Lu Ming would be a match for Wu Qingkong. This commander of the law enforcement troop is really unexpected. Some of the older generation exclaimed. Chapter 1125. Smack. Lu Ming rushed over and slapped Wu Qingkong's face. Wu Qingkong let out a blood-curdling scream as his body slammed into the platform. His head was like a hammer, causing the platform to rumble. Wu Qingkong felt his head buzzing. He was completely dumbfounded. Crack. Then a piercing pain came from his left leg, waking him up. My leg. He screamed. Lu Ming stomped on one of his legs, breaking all the bones. Crack. Then Lu Ming stomped on his right leg, breaking it. Wu Qingkong screamed as he broke out in cold sweat. What are you screaming for? Didn't you say you were going to break all my limbs and bones? If that's the case, I'll let you have a taste. Lu Ming scolded as he formed a long spear in his hand. He swept it across Wu Qingkong's arms, breaking all the bones in his arms. This was not an ordinary bone break. It contained Lu Ming's terrifying vital essence. Wu Qingkong's vital essence vibrated, shattering all the bones in his arms. Even with Wu Qingkong's powerful cultivation and physical strength, he would not be able to recover in a few months. In the spectator stands, the Tianwu sword sect's upper echelons looked extremely gloomy. Some of them wanted to rush up and chop Lu Ming into pieces. However, they could only endure it in such a situation. Your screams are so fucking unpleasant. You sound like a pig being slaughtered. Get lost. In the end, Lu Ming kicked Wu Qingkong, sending him flying off the platform. Of course, the last kick had also shattered all the bones in Wu Qingkong's body. It would be difficult for him to recover in less than half a year. In a battle between geniuses, every second mattered. Wu Qingkong would probably be overtaken by other geniuses in half a year's time. A disciple of the celestial martial sword sect flew out and caught Wu Qingkong, carrying him to the spectator stand. An elder of the celestial martial sword sect fed Wu Qingkong a healing pellet. That thief is so ruthless. The Tianwu sword sect's elder gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He had shattered all the bones in Wu Qingkong's body. Not a single bone was left intact. It would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. At this moment, the battle on the platform became even more intense. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Qingkong, while Sherdou and Kong Lin were about to win as well. One of the 6 second-class prodigies had already been knocked off the platform. That trash! Seeing that Wu Qingkong had been defeated, Sherdou could not help but yell. Then he let out a wild roar as his body shone with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, Sherdou transformed into his true form. It was a golden lion, 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, and there were even golden flames dancing on its fur. Sun Lion. Lion Do had 90% of the Sun God Lion's bloodline. He was almost a pure-blooded Sun God Lion. As long as he broke through to become a ruler, he would be able to transform into a real Sun God Lion. Roar. Sherdou let out a loud roar. Now that he had transformed into his true form, he was even more terrifying. With a loud roar, the heavens and earth shook, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. With a slap of his huge paw, a second-class prodigy was sent flying off the platform. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference was too great. One move was enough to seriously injure him. The second-class prodigies who were able to enter the top 20 were all elites among the second-class prodigies. However, they were still no match for Sherdou. Roar. Sherdou let out a loud roar. His golden flames surged as his combat strength exploded. 2 more prodigies were sent flying. The remaining 2 were sent flying by Kong Lin's 2 slaps. In this way, the 6 second-class prodigies were all defeated, including Wu Qingkong, who was sent flying by Lu Ming. A total of 7 prodigies were defeated. There were only 13 left on the platform. As long as 3 more prodigies were defeated, the top 10 would be born. Sherdou's cold gaze first fell on Lu Ming. On the other side, Kong Lin's gaze first swept across Sandalwood Ferry and Jing Kongling, then landed on Di Shun. Sherdou, leave Di Shun to me and Ming Lu to you. How about we take one each? Kong Lin said. That's exactly what I want. Sherdou said. At this moment, Kong Lin's gaze fell on Sandalwood Ferry and Jing Kongling. He smiled and said, Sandalwood Ferry, after I take care of Di Shun and Ming Lu, there will only be 11 prodigies left on the platform. I'll have to ask Miss Kongling to step down. This way, you can also enter the top 10. Kong Lin was one of Sandalwood Ferry's admirers. Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to court her. Is that so? Are you that confident, young Master Kong? Don't tell me you can't do it. Sandalwood Fairy squinted her eyes and smiled. Ha ha ha, can't do it. Other than the prodigies, no one can escape from me. Kong Lin smiled and suddenly moved. A 5-colored light flashed as he pounced at Di Shun. His speed was terrifying. Kong Lin's true form was a peacock. He had 90% of the 5 elements peacock's bloodline, and his speed was unparalleled. However, his opponent was Di Shun. He was the king of space and was also good at speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Di Shun didn't fight with Kong Lin. Instead, he used the instant step to dodge Kong Lin's attack. The two of them chased each other, and their speed was astonishing. They kept flashing on the platform. It was hard to tell who was the winner. Second-level spirit god. Di Shen has also reached the second-level spirit god. Someone exclaimed as he saw Di Shen's cultivation. Eastern Wilderness finally has a decent prodigy. Although he's not as strong as the prodigies, he's one of the best among the second-tier prodigies. Someone commented. Di Shen had comprehended the space intent and had reached the second-level spirit god. He was already at the peak of the second-tier prodigies. Perhaps even Wu Chengkong was no match for him. Roar. When the lion roared, it stomped on the ground and pounced toward Lu Ming. The golden claw radiance was like a golden heavenly saber that tore the space apart. Dragon power. With a thought, the 7 dragon powers in his body exploded. There was a purple glow on Lu Ming's body. However, there was no scale armor. Therefore, the head of the Wang family and the head of the Jiang family could not recognize Lu Ming. Lu Ming's power was even more shocking. At the same time, he punched out with the 5-colored intent. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Ming Lu wants to fight Sherdou head-on. He's overestimating himself. That's right. His combat power is indeed strong. However, there's still a big gap between him and a prodigy. It's unwise to fight him head-on. Many people initially thought that Lu Ming would learn from the arch and try his best to retreat and stall for time. As long as he waited for the battle between Shi Mo and Nan Ming, or Yang Patian and Tuobashir to emerge victorious, he would be able to enter the top 10. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would choose to fight Sherdou head-on. Wasn't it suicide to fight a prodigy head-on? 5-colored intent. He has comprehended 5 intents. On the spectator stand, the Wang and Jiang family leaders were shocked. Previously, they had seen Lu Ming comprehend 4 types of intents. That was already the highest number of intents they had seen someone comprehend. But now they actually saw someone comprehend 5 types of intents. They didn't think that Ming Lu was Lu Ming. Firstly, they had seen Lu Ming outside the Talisman Puppet Sect. It was impossible for him to be in the Central Continent. Secondly, Lu Ming had only comprehended 4 intents in the Battle of Providence. It was too difficult for him to comprehend new intents at such a high cultivation. Chapter 11:26. Boom. Lu Ming's fist and Lion Dou's golden claw collided heavily. Suddenly, 5-colored light and golden light burst out, forming a 6-colored light pillar that soared into the sky. Terrifying waves of air rushed out in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures retreated simultaneously, each retreating 100 meters and facing each other. It was a draw. This move was a draw. This made many people dumbfounded. This Ming Lu could actually block Lion Dou's move. Although he was pushed back, he still pushed Lion Dou back. Wasn't this too strong? Could it be that Ming Lu was also a giant-level Heaven's Pride? Everyone's hearts kept twitching. Since when were giant-level Heaven's Prides so worthless? Lion Dou himself was also very shocked, but this aroused his fierceness even more. Die. With a loud roar, the golden flames on Lion Dou's body jumped dozens of meters high. The terrifying heat seemed to be able to melt everything, causing the space to distort and even directly burn through, revealing a dark space. His aura also became more violent and more shocking. The sun god lion's bloodline in his body began to boil, as if it was about to turn into a golden sun. Peak 2nd level spirit god. Lion Dou's cultivation was peak 2nd level spirit god. Ming Lu were both 2nd level spirit god. I'll let you understand the difference between you and me, Lion Dou said coldly, looking at Lu Ming with a very cold gaze. Just now, Lu Ming's cultivation was 2nd level spirit god. Who said I'm 2nd level spirit god? Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the next moment, boom! A violent aura rushed out from Lu Ming's body, vast and mighty. 3rd level spirit god. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation was 3rd level spirit god. What? This Ming Lu's cultivation is 3rd level spirit god? How is this possible? Nestle, he's too strong. This guy has been hiding his strength all along. Isn't this too abnormal? The eruption of Lu Ming's cultivation caused an uproar in all directions. Lu Ming's cultivation had actually reached the terrifying 3rd level of the spirit god realm. When he tested his bone age earlier, his age clearly hadn't reached 25 years old yet. Being able to reach the 3rd level of the spirit god realm before the age of 25 was too shocking and terrifying. Even some of the supremes and rulers in the spectator stands were surprised. Sacred Emperor, I never thought that there would be such a peerless genius hidden within the imperial family. Truly admirable. A ruler spoke. Xie Qitian's eyes were filled with surprise. To think that there was such a prodigy in the law enforcement army, and he hadn't noticed it before. As for 8th Prince Xiezhen, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this Ming Lu, the lowly ant he had demoted to the law enforcement army, was actually so terrifying. If this person had wanted to kill him before, he would have died long ago. In the crowd, Shi Zheng and Shi Fang, whose cultivation had been crippled, were pale and bloodless. The eruption of Lu Ming's cultivation had also shocked the other prodigies on the platform. Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, underworld child, and the other prodigies who were fighting felt Lu Ming's powerful aura, and a trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. As for Lion Do himself, he was even more shocked. 3rd level of the spirit god realm? How is this possible? Lion Do roared. Lion Do, I heard that you're ranked 5th among the 5 giants of the central continent. Although you're a little weak, your appearance is not bad, similar to my little gold. I'll reluctantly take you as my mount. Lu Ming stepped forward with a wild aura. The little gold he was talking about was King Kong, the golden tiger that Lu Ming had taken down in the Battle of Providence. Everyone was shocked. This awesome commander actually wanted to take Lion Do as his mount? This was simply wishful thinking, arrogant and ignorant. You're courting death. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Lion Do was furious, and his lungs were about to explode. Lion Do was destined to become an emperor in the future, but this bearded man actually wanted to take him as his mount. He deserved to die. So what if he was at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm? It was common for Lion Do to fight above his level. The sun god Lion's blood boiled, and Lion Do seemed to have completely turned into a golden sun that suppressed Lu Ming. Boom. The true essence of the 3rd level of the spirit god realm in his body boiled and surged like a tsunami. He activated the heaven-suppressing hell skill, coupled with the intent realm and dragon power, and blasted towards the golden sun. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and everyone was shocked to find that the golden sun was sent flying. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. Kill! Then Lu Ming shouted and rushed towards Lion Do, launching a storm of attacks. Lion Do let out a long roar. The lion's roar shook the heavens, causing the space to ripple like water. Sanguinarum also knew the sound wave technique, but he was not even worthy of carrying Lion Do's shoes. Lu Ming punched with both fists, breaking Lion Do's sound wave technique, and the fist energy landed heavily on Lion Do's body. Dong! Dong! Lion Do's body was as hard as diamond and exuded a terrifying heat, but he still howled in pain under Lu Ming's fists. Everyone gasped. Lion Do was at a disadvantage. I forgot to tell you that I have never lost in a battle of the same level, not to mention that you are 1 level lower than me. Lu Ming's voice was full of confidence. On the other side of the platform, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling's eyes were shining. Why do I feel that his aura is very familiar? Sandalwood Fairy mumbled. I also feel that it is very familiar. There is an invincible confidence that is very similar to Lu Shaoqing's. Jing Kongling also said. Lu Shaoqing seems to be very good at disguising himself. Could this person be Lu Shaoqing? Sandalwood Fairy seemed to have thought of something as she covered her mouth and whispered. Jing Kongling didn't say anything, but watched the battle carefully. Endless Sun. The lion was suppressed by Lu Ming, and it felt extremely aggrieved. It roared crazily, revealing its terrifying abilities to the fullest. Lion Do was indeed very strong. He had 90% of the Sun Lion's bloodline, which was comparable to a human martial artist who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Killing opponents who were a few levels above him was as easy as eating and drinking. If it was an ordinary 2nd level spirit god martial artist or demonic beast, Lu Ming could kill him with 1 slap. But now Lu Ming had unleashed the true essence of a 3rd level spirit god, 7 dragon powers and wills. He could only gain the upper hand. It would take some effort to defeat Lion Do. Lu Ming was amazed. Lion-Do was already so powerful with 90% of a divine beast's bloodline. How terrifying would it be if there was a pure-blood divine beast? A 90% bloodline was fundamentally different from a pure-blood divine beast. The gap was huge. According to ancient legends, pure-blood divine beasts had once appeared in the divine wilderness continent. Born divine beasts were invincible once they were born. Among their peers, no one could defeat them. Even a peerless genius who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline was still far from being a match for them, and would be suppressed. It was said that a pure-blood divine beast could reach the Emperor realm with just a little bit of cultivation. Its talent was too strong. Chapter 1127. What are you shouting for? Fight! Lu Ming raised his fists and kept punching at Lion-Do. Lion-Do roared and used all his skills, but it was useless. He was defeated by Lu Ming's fists, which landed heavily on his body. Lion-Do's huge body trembled like a drum. Its soft golden fur was beaten into a mess. In the end, it broke off and danced on the platform, causing the platform to be covered in golden light. I can't waste it. Lu Ming waved his sleeve, and kept the golden fur that fell from Lion-Do's body. It was an extraordinary treasure. If it was woven into a robe, it would have a strong defensive ability that was impenetrable by water and fire. Some people in the crowd were envious. Such golden fur was a rare treasure. Roar! Lion-Do roared in shame and anger. He wanted to bite Lu Ming to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it and was beaten back by Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming rode on Lion-Do's body and punched him. Lion-Do roared and howled in grief. He even rolled on the ground, but it was useless. He couldn't get rid of Lu Ming. Every punch of Lu Ming's was extremely powerful. It suppressed everything and kept hitting Lion-Do's body. Lion-Do felt that his bones were about to break and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Demonic beasts had extremely strong bodies, especially those with 90% divine beast bloodline like him. His body was even stronger. However, he couldn't withstand Lu Ming's iron fists. Bang! In the end, Lion-Do lay on the ground heavily and gasped for breath. Lion-Do was defeated. That was the thought that flashed through everyone's mind. Before this battle, no one would have thought that Lion-Do would be defeated by the strange commander of the law enforcement army. It was like a fantasy story. However, that was the truth. Although Lion-Do was ranked last among the 5 giants of the central continent, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Those second-class geniuses could only be crushed by Lion-Do. However, he was no match for the commander of the law enforcement army. How about it? Are you convinced now? Be my mount. Lu Ming stood on top of Leo and looked down at him. Roar! Lion-Do roared madly, leaped into the sky, and rushed out of the platform. Even if he lost, he would drag Lu Ming down with him. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Lu Ming's body moved and flew backward. He kicked Lion-Do's butt and sent him flying far away, landing outside the platform. Lion City was defeated. Lion-Do let out a long roar, as if he wanted to vent the depression in his heart. After roaring a dozen times, he transformed back into his human form, and went to the seat of the Lion-Tiger Hall. His face was extremely gloomy. He actually failed to enter the top 10, and was eliminated. It was mainly because he had to deal with Lu Ming, which led to his early elimination. At this moment, there were only 12 people left on the platform. Kong Lin continued to chase after the Monarch God, but the Monarch God used the space concept and avoided Kong Lin's attacks with all his might. With the Monarch God's cultivation and the space concept's profundity, Kong Lin still couldn't catch up to the Monarch God, even though he was fast. Whoosh! At this moment, Kong Lin stopped and did not continue to pursue the Emperor God. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was completely out of his expectations that Lion-Do didn't defeat Lu Ming, but was defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment, the situation was in a stalemate again. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling teamed up, and stood on the side of the platform. Long Chen had been standing there since the start of the battle. Kong Lin couldn't catch up to the Monarch God, and was wary of Lu Ming. He was also Sandalwood Fairy's admirer, so he naturally wouldn't attack Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. As for the Monarch God, he obviously planned to use the advantage of the space concept to delay as much as possible until the others were defeated, and enter the top 10. Therefore, he wouldn't attack first. Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur were still fighting fiercely. The battle between Western Desert and Southern Ming was even more intense. At this point in the battle, the difference in strength had been revealed. Unscrupulous monk was fighting a youth covered in black flames. At this moment, the youth in black flames had transformed into his true form, which turned out to be a demonic beast. He looked almost the same as the legendary Cerberus. The youth in black flames had 90% of the Cerberus bloodline, and was extremely powerful. Each of the three heads could launch a different attack. Black flames filled the air, but there wasn't the slightest bit of heat. Instead, it gave people a feeling of extreme coldness. It was as if this flame could freeze one's soul. This was the Hell Flame. The Cerberus was very strong, but Unscrupulous Monk was stronger. Unscrupulous Monk looked solemn and dignified. His body was covered in golden light, and a golden Buddha floated above his head. Rings of Buddha's light were emitted, suppressing the Cerberus. The Cerberus was completely suppressed by the golden Buddha's light, and it was in a very difficult situation. On the other side, the battle between the underworld child and the female bodhisattva was also very intense. However, the underworld child was indeed very powerful. He was called the underworld child, and was the strongest person in Southern Ming's generation. He was even stronger than the Cerberus. His underworld chi filled the sky and suppressed the female bodhisattva. However, the Buddhist sect's martial skills were very mysterious and had both offense and defense. The female bodhisattva used the bloodline fusion technique and turned into a real female Buddha. Buddha's light filled the air and formed a Buddha's wall. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was still able to withstand the attacks. So strong. Each of them is stronger than Lion City, and they are all in the third-level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the battlefield, and he saw through everyone's cultivation base. The Western Desert and Southern Ming's four great geniuses were the same as Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur. They were all in the third-level spirit god realm, and their battle strength was above Lion City's. Stinky dog, lose for me. Unscrupulous Monk became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His battle strength was unfathomable, and he completely suppressed the Cerberus. The Cerberus tried his best to resist, and at the same time he scanned the battlefield with his spiritual consciousness. This can't go on. There are still 12 people on the battlefield. If this continues, I will be defeated by this bald donkey, and I won't even be able to enter the top 10. Those two women are weak, so I have to deal with them first. Even if I am defeated, I can still enter the top 10. The Cerberus thought quickly and made up his mind. Then he used all his strength to block the attack of the heartless monk. His body flashed and turned into a ray of black light, rushing toward Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. He was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of them in an instant. Stop! Sandalwood Fairy reacted quickly. She stepped lightly on the ground and dense inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a few arrays. A few shields appeared in front of her. At the same time, Jing Kongling also moved. Rivers appeared and ancient trees grew in the rivers. They stretched out their branches and blocked in front of them. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion. The underworld flame spread and burned the shields, rivers and ancient trees. However, after this block, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling's follow-up attacks burst out. Chapter 1128. The two peerless beauties cooperated well, which made people's eyes light up. There was no doubt that Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling were the best of the second-class geniuses. However, their opponents were the overlords of their respective factions. Explosions rang out, and energy blasts shot out. Their attacks were all defeated by the Cerberus attacks. Get down! The three-headed hellhound roared and clawed at them, which made Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling pale. Are we going to fail? The two of them thought to themselves, feeling a little unwilling in their hearts. There were still 12 contestants left. If they could hold on a little longer, they might be able to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, they could only go this far. They sighed and decided to withdraw from the platform and admit defeat. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He punched out and collided with the claws of the Cerberus, blocking its claw. It's him. Their eyes lit up. It was Lu Ming who stood in front of them. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling had helped him in the ancient herb garden, and prevented him from falling into Cold Blood Hall's trap. Now that he saw them in danger, he naturally would not sit back and do nothing. It's you who wants to save the damsel in distress. Then I'll send you down. The three-headed hellhound roared, and the terrible hell flame broke out. Lu Ming's spiritual spirit trembled slightly, as if his soul was about to be frozen. What a powerful hell flame! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart, but he laughed out loud. Haha, you're more powerful than that lion. I wanted to take him as my mount, but he wouldn't agree. Although you're a little ugly, you're good enough to be my mount. While laughing, his genuine vitality burst out and he punched a few times. In an instant, he exchanged several blows with the three-headed hellhound. Big Beard, why are you stealing my prey? Monk Woolyang appeared not far away and said with a smile. Monk, I'll take care of your prey for you, Lu Ming said. Haha, that's great. Saves me the trouble. Unscrupulous Monk chuckled. He turned his gaze and stared at Underworld Child. Sister Moonless, how about I help you? Monk Woolyang came to the place where Underworld Child and the female Bodhisattva were fighting. The female Bodhisattva's name was Moonless. Underworld Child looked at Monk Woolyang with some fear. Woolyang, do what you should do. I don't need your help. Moonless' face was cold. She seemed to have a bad relationship with Monk Woolyang. Not far away, Lu Ming almost tripped and fell. This unscrupulous monk's name was Unscrupulous. It was 2 apartment. I have hair, the falling flowers are in love, but the flowing water is heartless. Sister Moonless doesn't want my help, so forget it. Unscrupulous monk mumbled. Then, his eyes darted around as he scanned his surroundings. The onlookers were speechless. Was this really a Western Desert holy monk? Why was he so? Even some rulers on the spectator stands had strange looks on their faces. LNs with Buddha. SS, with the hell monks was hell. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming and the Cerberus were already fighting. It was an intense battle. The Cerberus was very strong. It had reached the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, and its combat strength was stronger than lions. At this moment, the Cerberus divine beast bloodline was boiling. Lu Ming didn't activate his bloodline, and was at a disadvantage. It seems like it's impossible to get 3rd place without activating my bloodline today. With that thought, a drop of blood appeared on top of Lu Ming's head. Borrow power. Whoosh. A wisp of power from the 3rd bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His hair instantly turned blood red, and his body emitted a blood red light. Kill. As the power of the 3rd bloodline surged into his body, Lu Ming's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He struck out with his palm towards one of the Cerberus's heads. The 3-headed hellhound's head spewed out a terrifying attack, but it was defeated by Lu Ming's palm. His palm landed heavily on one of the 3-headed hellhound's heads. With a loud bang, the 3-headed hellhound screamed miserably, and its body retreated rapidly. That head was almost smashed by Lu Ming. Its frontal bone caved in and blood flowed profusely. Lu Shaoqing. He's Lu Shaoqing. At this moment, a few shocked cries came from the crowd. Sanguinarum, Wu Chengkong, and a few others who had seen Lu Ming in the Saint Mansion's secret realm exclaimed in disbelief. What? He's Lu Shaoqing? Ming Lu is Lu Shaoqing. This awesome commander is Lu Shaoqing? Cries of surprise rang out. By now Lu Shaoqing's name had spread far and wide. In the World Academy's Saint Mansion's secret realm, Lu Shaoqing had killed the top geniuses of the previous generation of Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword Sect. He had also fought with Yang Patian and the others. Everyone had long regarded Lu Shaoqing as a magnate. They had thought that Lu Shaoqing had not come to Saint City. Could this awesome commander with a beard be Lu Shaoqing? He's Lu Shaoqing. I can't be wrong about this cultivation technique. Wu Chengkong and Sanguinarum spoke with certainty. He's really Lu Shaoqing. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling's eyes flickered as they whispered. Ha ha ha, this stupid beard. It's so uncomfortable to have it stuck to my face. At this moment Lu Ming laughed. He grabbed the fake beard off his face and threw it away. This was equivalent to admitting that he was Lu Shaoqing. Everyone was shocked. Ming Lu was indeed Lu Shaoqing. But how did he sneak into the law enforcement army? What a brilliant technique to change one's aura. Even we were fooled. One of the sovereigns said. Just now none of the sovereigns on the scene noticed this. Roar! 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 The Cerberus roared. Its 3 heads opened their mouths and launched terrifying attacks. One of the heads spewed out black liquid. One head spewed out black flames, and one head spewed out black lightning. Each attack was extremely terrifying and could kill a second-grade prodigy. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. His third bloodline wriggled and changed into a blood-red spear. Lu Ming held it in his hand. Lu Ming performed the 5 slaughter styles and swung his spear 3 times in a row. Boom! 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 The 3 blood-red spear shadows shattered the void and defeated the Cerberus attack. Then, the spear turned into a blood-red lightning, piercing through layers of space and piercing toward one of the heads. That head was the one that Lu Ming had injured previously. Poof! The spear pierced through the sunken area and pierced through the Cerberus head. Roar! Roar! The other 2 heads of the Cerberus roared crazily and launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's left palm struck out continuously. He activated the heaven-suppressing hell skill and collided with the Cerberus attack. Chapter 1129. The Cerberus vitality was extremely tenacious. It had 3 heads. Unless all 3 heads were chopped off or one head was pierced through, it would only be severely injured but would not die. In the future, it would grow back 3 heads. At this moment, the Cerberus looked at Lu Ming in horror. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His killing intent surged like a tide. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and even his eyes were blood-red. He strode towards the Cerberus. Although the slaughter intent in the 3rd bloodline could only be borrowed and could not be merged with his 5 intents, it could still complement each other and become stronger. The blood-red spear danced, forming a blood-red storm of slaughter. The Cerberus tried his best to fight Lu Ming, but after a few moves, his 2nd head was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear. It was even more severely injured. In the end, the Cerberus had no choice but to withdraw from the platform and admit defeat. The Cerberus was defeated. This commander, No Lu Shaoqing, had defeated Lion Do and Cerberus, 2 supreme geniuses, one after another. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, the battle between Underworld Child and Moonless had entered its final stage. Although Moonless was strong, she was still inferior to Underworld Child. She was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but in the end, she was completely suppressed. After Lu Ming defeated the Cerberus, she had no choice but to admit defeat and withdraw from the platform. With Moonless' withdrawal, the top 10 were born. Long Chun Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, Unscrupulous Monk, Underworld Child Kong Lin, the Arch God Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming. Entering the top 10 meant that they could enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace and comprehend the insights of the past Sacred Emperors. It would lay the foundation for their path to becoming an emperor. At this moment, except for Yang Patian and Tuoba Shi, the others did not make a move. They were watching each other. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling bowed to Lu Ming. You're too polite. Lu Ming grinned and said generously, Brother Lu, it's up to you now. Sister Kongling and I are extremely lucky to enter the top 10. Sandalwood Fairy said coquettishly. Then, she and Jing Kongling withdrew from the platform. The 2 of them admitted defeat just like that. No one was surprised. This was within their expectations. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling were extremely lucky to be able to enter the top 10. With their true strength, it would be very difficult for them to enter the top 10. Being able to enter the top 10 and enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace was already more than enough. Withdrawing now was the wisest choice. Thus, there were only 8 people left on the platform. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yang Patian and Tuoba Shi both retreated after exchanging a blow. They separated into 2 sides and stopped fighting. The 2 of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Yang Patian, I heard that you are ranked number 3 among the top 5 young warriors of the Central Continent. Xian Yinjuan is number 2 and Long Chun is number 1. Are they really stronger than you? Tuoba Shi spoke, his voice like a great bell. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Patian said. Ha ha ha, you don't have to provoke me, but I really want to try. Tuoba Shi laughed loudly. Then he turned his gaze to Long Chun. Everyone was shocked. Was Tuoba Shi going to attack Long Chun? Everyone was looking forward to it. Long Chen had not attacked since the Battle of Providence. In fact, Long Chen had not attacked since the Battle of Providence. Everyone was curious. How far had Long Chen progressed? How strong was he? Would he be surpassed by the other elites? There was a glint of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. Long Chen gave him a strong sense of pressure. He also wanted to know how powerful Long Chen was. Bam! Tuobusher stepped forward and the platform buzzed. He walked towards Long Chen. The aura on his body was extremely strong. The mace in his hand vibrated according to Tuobusher's emotions. His muscles slowly bulged as if they were filled with endless power. Relatively speaking, Long Chen was very ordinary. His temperament and appearance were ordinary. He was like an ordinary youth in the crowd. On the platform, everyone retreated far away and looked at Long Chen and Tuobusher. Long Chen, everyone says that you are number one in the central continent, and even the divine region. I would like to give it a try. Tuobusher stood in front of Long Chen and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Northern Plains was full of people who liked to fight. Tuobusher was even more so. Otherwise, he would not have found Yang Patian and fought with him as soon as he came to the central continent. Moreover, because he did not defeat Yang Patian, he fought with Yang Patian again and again. It was obvious that he liked to fight. To him, there was no opponent in Northern Plains. He had never lost among the younger generation. He needed someone stronger to give him pressure. Therefore, he found Long Chen. Go ahead. Long Chen opened his mouth. This was the first time he had spoken. His tone was calm and he was not overbearing or arrogant. However, Lu Ming could hear an aura from it. It was an aura of invincibility. It was an aura that could only be felt when one was extremely confident in oneself. Take this. Tuobusher roared. His already burly body became even more burly. A terrifying beast roar came from Tuobusher's body. The mace in his hand shone brightly. Bam! Tuobusher took a step forward and charged toward Long Chen. His mace smashed toward Long Chen with a powerful force. Tuobusher did not dare to be careless when facing Long Chen. He used his full strength from the start. Everyone looked solemn. Tuobusher's attack was too powerful. No one could ignore it. However, Long Chen remained calm. When Tuobusher's mace was about to hit him, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. One of his arms swelled rapidly and his muscles bulged. It was twice as thick as usual. Boom! Long Chen directly threw a punch. This punch directly penetrated the space and a long dark passageway appeared. The entire world was shaking. On the platform, Lu Ming and the rest could feel a powerful force spreading toward them. They had to circulate their energy to resist it. Dong! Long Chen's fist collided with Tuobusher's mace. There was a terrifying explosion that sounded like thunder exploding in the sky. It was a collision of strength. Then, everyone saw a figure retreating rapidly, unable to stop. Like a huge cannonball, he retreated all the way out of the platform. It was Tuobusher. He was thrown out of the platform by Long Chen's punch. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Tuobusher was defeated by Long Chen with a single punch. Tuobusher's strength could be seen from the battle between him and Yang Patian. His strength was absolutely terrifying. His strength was shocking and could suppress the world. His battle prowess was not weaker than Yang Patian at all. However, he was thrown out by Long Chen's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of scene was really too shocking. The people from Zhongzhou were not too surprised. However, the people from Northern Plains, Southern Ming, Western Desert, and Eastern Wilderness were even more shocked. Chapter 1130. On the platform, Yang Patian and Kong Lin had grave expressions. Underworld Child, Unscrupulous Monk, and the Arch God were all shocked. My hair, my Buddha. Damn his mercy. What a monster. Unscrupulous Monk chanted a strange Buddhist name. What terrifying power. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could vaguely feel that Long Chen's bloodline was not to be underestimated. It was definitely a terrifying bloodline. After defeating Tuobusher, Long Chen's arm returned to normal, and he stood there calmly. He was very ordinary, but no one dared to look down on him, not even the sovereigns. As long as such a prodigy did not die, he would definitely become a sovereign in the future. He might even reach a higher level and dominate the divine wilderness. Such a prodigy was rare even since ancient times. Now there were only 7 people left on the platform. The 7 of them looked at each other. Yang Patian, let's fight. A 5-colored light flashed, and Kong Lin appeared in front of Yang Patian. Among the 5 giants of the central continent, Yang Patian was ranked 3rd and Kong Lin was ranked 4th. In the Battle of Providence, Kong Lin had lost to Yang Patian by a small margin. Today he was going to win and avenge his humiliation. Then I'll defeat you again. Yang Patian was very confident. He pointed his halberd at Kong Lin, and the void shook. On the other hand, 5-colored light bloomed on Kong Lin's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements. The 5 elements peacock was born with the ability to control the 5 elements. It was extremely powerful. Of course, this kind of control was different from a martial artist comprehending 5 intents at the same time. This was because the 5 elements of the 5 elements peacock were separated, unlike Lu Ming who had merged the 5 elements. The 5 elements peacock was only blessed in controlling the 5 elements. Kong Lin had 90% of the 5 elements peacock's bloodline, and naturally inherited the talent to control the 5 elements. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them moved at the same time and charged at each other. Bam! Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and walked toward one of them. The Arch God. Lu Ming walked toward the Arch God. The Arch God stared at Lu Ming with a grave expression. You should go down, Lu Ming said indifferently. Have I seen you before? Di Shun stared at Lu Ming. He felt that Di Shun's temperament was very similar to Lu Ming's. Really? Don't tell me there's someone as invincible as me in this world. Lu Ming grinned. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind as boundless killing intent swept towards the Arch God. Although your battle prowess is strong, you can't do anything to me if I want to dodge, Di Shun said. He was confident in his space will. Really? Lu Ming sneered. His blood-colored spear stabbed out like a bolt of blood-colored lightning. The space around Di Shun rippled like water. He moved his body and disappeared from where he was, reappearing 100 meters away. The concept of space is indeed wondrous, but in my eyes, it can't withstand a single blow. Lu Ming took a step forward and formed a seal with both hands. A door of light appeared, emitting a brilliant light that suppressed the monarch god. The emperor deity's expression changed drastically, because he suddenly felt like he had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Not only him, but even space itself had been sealed. This is the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. An emperor suddenly stood up and exclaimed in shock. It's the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, the peerless martial art of the sky-sealing emperor back then. I didn't expect it to be mastered by Lu Shaoqing. Another old emperor said. More than 100,000 years ago, this peerless martial art was famous in the world. It was the peerless martial art of an emperor, but with the passing of that emperor, this peerless martial art disappeared from the world. Unexpectedly, it reappeared today. The other onlookers were secretly shocked. It turned out that this was an emperor peerless martial art. Space travel. Di Shun roared and unleashed his full strength. The space around his body trembled violently as he tried to break free from Lu Ming's seal. Then add another one. Lu Ming moved his hand, and another divine gate appeared and suppressed the emperor deity. This time, the emperor deity's body was completely immobilized. During this period, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. After several months of hard work, Lu Ming could already condense 2 divine gates of the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, greatly increasing the power of the seal. Whoosh! The blood-red spear turned into a ray of light, piercing through the void and piercing through the emperor deity's chest. Bang! The spear shook, and the emperor deity's body flew far away. He flew out of the platform and vomited blood. You're too weak. I won't kill you today because of the sacred emperor, but I'll definitely kill you when I meet you in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. If it weren't for the rule that he couldn't kill his opponent today, he would have killed the emperor deity instead of just severely injuring him. However, the emperor deity was no longer a threat to Lu Ming. If he wanted to kill him, he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. The emperor deity kept vomiting blood. His face was pale as he barely floated in the air. He stared at Lu Ming and roared. We must have met before. Who are you? Lu Ming did not look at him again. He turned around and watched the battle between Yang Patian and Kong Lin. Yang Potion's space will was much stronger than the Emperor deities, and he had also mastered other wills. In the end, a purple gold halberd floated above his head. The 9 golden chakras were extremely dazzling. 9th grade divine level bloodline. Overlord level Sky Prides had awakened 9th grade divine level bloodlines. Is this the legendary halberd of the void? Someone exclaimed. Yang Potion's bloodline was a legendary supreme divine weapon. The halberd of the void. It could shatter the void and cut open the void. Yang Patian used the bloodline fusion and turned into the halberd of the void. His battle strength was even more terrifying. Kong Lin also turned into a 5-colored peacock. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Yang Patian. After dozens of exchanges, Kong Lin was completely suppressed and was forced to retreat. In the end, Kong Lin roared and left the platform. Kong Lin was defeated. Now, there were only 5 people left on the platform. Long Chun, Underworld Child, Unscrupulous Monk, Yang Patian, and Lu Ming. Each of them was an extremely powerful existence with unparalleled battle strength. The battle had reached the most critical moment. As long as 2 more people were defeated, the top 3 would be determined. Tell me, who do you think is stronger and weaker among the 5 of them? The crowd began to discuss. Long Chun is undoubtedly the strongest. He defeated Tuobashir, who was no weaker than Yang Patian, with 1 punch. His battle strength is unfathomable. As for the other 4, it's hard to say. I think Unscrupulous Monk, Underworld Child, and Lu Shaoqing are about the same. Yang Patian is slightly weaker. Not necessarily. Yang Patian is very strong. He might not be weaker than the other 3. I don't think he's weak either. The next battle is the pinnacle. Everyone expressed their opinions one by one. I have hair. Benefactor. Why don't we exchange a few blows? Unscrupulous Monk chanted the name of Buddha. His white cassock fluttered as he walked toward Yang Patian. That's exactly what I want. Monk, you were the one who put out the fake Sacred Mansion token in the Sacred Mansion secret realm. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 1131. Benefactor misunderstood. Benefactor Lu misunderstood back then as well. Someone must have framed this little monk. This little monk is a monk with a compassionate heart. How could I do such a thing? Who slandered this little monk? Tell me, and I'll slap him to death. Unscrupulous Monk put his palms together, looking solemn. The first part of his speech was normal, but the last part made everyone look at each other. Outside the platform, Moonless Bodhisattva put her palms together, the veins on her face throbbing. Yang Potion's lips trembled as he said, "There's no need to say any more. Let me test the Venerable's methods." Without wasting any time, Yang Patian turned into a halberd and started a huge battle with Unscrupulous Monk. Without a doubt, Unscrupulous Monk's bloodline was also a grade 9 divine grade bloodline. It was a golden Buddha with a solemn appearance and a compassionate face, giving off boundless Buddhist light. Everyone was speechless. How could a weirdo like Unscrupulous Monk awaken such a supreme Buddhist bloodline? The battle between the 2 took up half of the platform. Lu Shaoqing, let's fight. A black light flashed, an underworld child appeared before Lu Ming. Fight. There was no need for words. Lu Ming spat out a single word, his battle intent soaring. As long as he defeated Underworld Child, Unscrupulous Monk and Yang Patian would fight it out, and Lu Ming would enter the top 3. His goal was to enter the top 3, and he had to enter the top 3. Boundless black underworld chi erupted from Underworld Child's body. Ghostly cries came from within, sounding extremely horrifying. A saber appeared in Underworld Child's hand. It was a black scimitar, and evil spirits appeared on it as if they were about to crawl out. Whoosh! Underworld Child charged at Lu Ming and chopped down with his scimitar. Ghostly cries and wolf howls filled the air. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging. The blood-red spear turned back into a drop of blood, and floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art, and sent out a palm strike, clashing with Underworld Child's saber light. Bang! 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 Intense collisions rang out as the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen blows in an instant. How cold! What a strange attack. Lu Ming felt a chill all over his body. Not only that, but even his spiritual spirit also felt cold. Underworld Child's attacks not only damaged his physical body, but also his spiritual spirit. 5 colored concepts swirled about, forming a battle armor that covered his entire body. True essence flowed endlessly, blocking the Underworld Child's strange attack. At the same time, Underworld Child's every palm strike. Underworld Chi, Underworld Childs. However, the Underworld Child was indeed terrifying. Even amongst the young tycoons, he was a peak existence. He had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. The power of his bloodline was also extremely terrifying. The bloodline secret skills and bloodline martial skills that were comprehended from the bloodline were extremely powerful. The augmentation of a level 9 divine bloodline far surpassed the augmentation of 7 dragon energies. Moreover, the Netherworld Child's intent realm was very terrifying. It had many different types. Although it did not have as many types as Lu Ming, its level was higher than Lu Ming's, and its power was not too far off from Lu Ming. It could be said that geniuses who had reached the level of young tycoons were very strong in all aspects, and were very well-rounded. Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the 7th level of the divine rank. On the other hand, the 3rd bloodline possessed endless power. However, Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much of it. The more he borrowed, the stronger his murderous intent would be. Lu Ming would be controlled by the endless murderous intent. Once he lost control of himself, and was dominated by the murderous intent, he would become a walking corpse, a puppet that only knew how to kill. Of course, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, his control over himself became stronger, and the power he could borrow also became stronger. Now compared to when he was at the 1st level of the spirit god realm, the power he could borrow had increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming formed a seal, and 2 divine gates appeared to suppress the Underworld Child. Hell's Gate. A large black gate appeared in front of Underworld Child's body. The gate shone and quickly enlarged, unexpectedly blocking the sealed gate. Death God appear. Immediately, a black figure appeared above Underworld Child's head. This figure was covered in a black cloak, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only 2 balls of red flames danced and burned in its eyes. This figure held a black scythe in its hand, and black flames danced on it. Death God, the legendary Death God. This was Underworld Child's bloodline, and without a doubt, it was at the 9th level of the divine rank. 12 Capital Heaven Battle Formation. Underworld Child transformed into the Death God, and a cold and unpleasant voice sounded. The Death God moved, and actually turned into 12 figures that charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the sealed gate again, but he could only seal 2 of them. The other masters still charged at Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming punched continuously, constantly activating the hell-suppressing heavenly art, and increasing its power as he fought against the 10 death gods. 10 punches landed on the 10 scythes of the death gods, forcing them back. However, Lu Ming's face turned pale. What a strange attack, what terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. The physical attacks of the death gods weren't very strong, but they had a strange power that could directly penetrate the body and attack the spiritual god. In other words, they were attacking the soul of the spiritual god. Underworld Child's attacks could directly penetrate the soul and destroy it, killing without leaving a trace. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had consumed the spirit refining fruit, and a large number of spirit refining pills, causing his spirit to be very condensed and surpass others, he might not have been able to withstand it. Even so, Lu Ming's spiritual god was still trembling, and his soul felt like it was being torn apart. Kill. Underworld Child attacked again. At this time, the sealed gate had lost its effect, and 12 underworld gods charged at Lu Ming. Every single one of them seemed to be real. Lu Ming controlled the 5 intents and formed a 5-colored battle suit on his spiritual god. Then he fought with the death gods. With the 5-colored battle suit protecting his spiritual god, it was slightly better. However, his spiritual god was still under constant attack and trembling. If this continued, his spiritual god would suffer unimaginable injuries. The spiritual divinity was the foundation of a martial artist. It was where the essence, energy, and spirit resided. If the spiritual divinity was injured too severely, it would greatly affect one's future cultivation. Looks like Lu Shaoqing is going to lose. He's not a match for Underworld Child. Legend has it that Underworld Child's bloodline can directly attack one's soul and kill without leaving a trace. It's very strange and powerful. It's impossible to defend against. Speaking of which, Lu Shaoqing's bloodline is very strange. It doesn't have a chakra. I also noticed this. It's strange, but there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Maybe he cultivated some kind of secret technique that concealed his chakra. Everyone discussed as they looked at the platform. At this time, Lu Ming and Underworld Child's battle seemed to be a draw. However, those who understood Underworld Child knew that if this continued, Lu Ming would definitely be at a disadvantage and lose. On the other side, Heartless Monk had already gained the upper hand in his battle with Yang Patian. I must win this battle, no matter the price. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He couldn't lose this battle. He had to use this opportunity to take away Xian Yanqing. He had to win. Chapter 1132. Lu Shaoqing lose. Reap the Reaper. A cold and unpleasant voice could be heard. The death sickles in the hands of the 12 Grim Reapers drew a mysterious and strange arc, slashing toward Lu Ming. The 12 Reaper scythes covered all directions. Underworld Child, you're the one who will lose today. Lu Ming gave a long howl. Roar. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering roar of a dragon. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head, and a vast dragon power spread out. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragons. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom. Boom. The 9 dragons took 7 steps with their claws, each step stronger than the previous one. The powerful energy forced the 12 Reapers back. 9 dragons. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming. At this moment, a few people shouted in disbelief. The Archgod, the patriarch of the Wang family, and the patriarch of the Jiang family shouted in unison. They were too familiar with the 9 dragons' bloodline. There could only be one person with the 9 dragons' bloodline, and that was Lu Ming. How is that possible? How can Lu Ming be here? The patriarch of the Wang family murmured in disbelief. We saw Lu Ming at the Talisman Puppet Sect before we came to the Middle Continent. Did Lu Ming come to the Middle Continent through the teleportation array? But how is that possible? Isn't the Talisman Puppet Sect cut off contact with the forces of the Middle Continent? The patriarch of the Jiang family mumbled. Even though they didn't believe it, the 9 dragons' bloodline told them that the person in front of them was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's him. No wonder I felt that his aura was familiar. The Archgod shouted. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He couldn't accept that the person in front of him was Lu Ming. The person who defeated him so easily was Lu Ming. Originally, he had been full of confidence. His concept of space had long since reached the 4th level, and it was becoming more and more terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the spirit god realm. He was fully confident that when he faced Lu Ming again, he would be able to easily defeat him and avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Battle of Destiny. However, reality was cruel. Lu Ming had become even more powerful, far surpassing him, and could easily defeat him. Right now, Lu Ming was like a huge mountain in front of him. At the scene, there was another person who was also incomparably shocked, and that was Xiezhen. Lu Ming, Lu Shaoqing is Lu Ming? He roared in disbelief as a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Looking at the 9 dragons' bloodline in front of him, the scenes of the past in 9 Dragons City appeared in his mind. What? Lu Ming? What Lu Ming? I heard that the top genius of the Eastern Barren Territory is called Lu Ming. Could it be him? It can't be? Is he a genius from the Eastern Wilderness? The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar as they discussed animatedly, feeling that it was inconceivable. Just how many identities does he have? At first, he was the commander of the ancient Saint Dynasty's law enforcement army. Then he was recognized as the famous Lu Shaoqing, and now it was Lu Ming. Many people were already in disarray. I don't care who you are. Kill. The 12 Grim Reapers roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Roar. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power burst out from their mouths. enveloping the 12 Grim Reapers. Borrow power. With a thought, a trace of blood-red energy from the third bloodline flowed into the 9 dragons' bodies, causing a layer of blood-red light to appear on the 9 dragons' bodies. Boom. Boom. The 9 dragons stepped forward and aimed at one of the Grim Reapers. After 7 steps, the Grim Reapers exploded. The divine dragon swung its tail and unleashed the power of the heaven-suppressing hell art, shattering the other Grim Reapers. The 9 dragons slithered upwards and pounced on Lu Ming and the other 2 Grim Reapers. Enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, Underworld Child felt his essence blood, true essence, and bloodline power become unstable. His strength was greatly affected. On the other hand, Lu Ming unleashed his full power and used the bloodline fusion art. He was even stronger than before, and the situation was reversed. Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, Underworld Child wasn't willing to admit defeat, so he used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. However, after a few moves, another Grim Reapers was defeated. As time passed, more Grim Reapers were defeated. After dozens of moves, only 1 Grim Reapers was left on the platform. Bam! After being struck by the 9 dragons' claws, the Grim Reapers were forced to retreat. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. After Lu Ming unleashed his bloodline, his battle strength had increased by a level and had completely surpassed Underworld Child. 9 Dragons' bloodline, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Interesting. At the side of the platform, Long Chun, who had been unmoved, muttered under his breath as his eyes flashed. However, no one heard him. Dong. Dong. The 9 dragons stepped in the air and pounced on the last Grim Reapers. Bam. Although the Grim Reapers tried their best to resist, they were already at the end of their rope. How could they stop Lu Ming? Their bodies exploded, revealing Underworld Child's true body. His face was pale, and his body flashed backward rapidly. The 9 dragons chased after him. Underworld Child's expression changed. In the end, he sighed and left the platform. Leaving the platform meant that he had admitted defeat. He knew that there was no need to continue fighting, so he could only admit defeat. Seeing that Underworld Child had admitted defeat, the 9 dragons' bodies shrunk rapidly. In the next moment, a handsome young man appeared on the platform. This was Lu Ming's original appearance. It was also the appearance that he had used when he was using the name Lu Shaoqing. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's really you. The Wang family patriarch roared. His killing intent was extremely strong, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. What are you doing? A cold shout sounded in the Wang family patriarch's ears, causing his body to tremble and his aura to weaken rapidly. It was the voice of an emperor. All the emperors were gathered here. Now that the emperor had not spoken, how could he release his killing intent? Lu Ming. The Varch clenched his fists tightly, his veins popping out. The people of the Varch deity palace were really shocked and surprised. They did not understand why Lu Ming would appear here. Lu Ming, it's really him. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The Heavenly Corpse sects Shuejiani, Shizhan, and the Heavenly Monster Valleys Ao2 and Fengxian all sighed in disbelief. It had been almost 2 years since the last Battle of Providence. During these 2 years, they had been improving, but Lu Ming's improvement was even more shocking. He had already left them far behind. Even the top geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent had been defeated by Lu Ming. He was already standing at the peak of the Divine Wilderness continent's younger generation. As for them, they were still too far away. Is he really Lu Ming? I didn't expect such a terrifying genius to appear in the Eastern Wilderness. Someone in the crowd said with a complicated voice. The Eastern Wilderness had always been the weakest. Previously, everyone had said that only the Varch was decent. The other geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness were not worth mentioning. But now Lu Ming had appeared. He had suppressed everyone, and was destined to enter the top 3. So he is Lu Ming. Chapter 1133. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and all kinds of thoughts flashed across their minds. However, most of them were amazed by Lu Ming's strength. Brother Lu, you've kept us in the dark. Outside the platform, Sandalwood Fairy spoke, as if she was rebuking him. I'm sorry, Fairy. Lu Ming had to do it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Since he had already exposed himself, he would admit it. It seems that this is a great era. Even the Eastern Wilderness has someone like Lu Ming. Yeah, this is a golden age. We can't underestimate any region. There might be powerful elites everywhere. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's battle achievements were too dazzling. Previously, Lu Shaoqing's name had already shaken the central continent. Recently he had even defeated Lu Yusen, the Varch, Lion Du, the Cerberus, and the Underworld Child consecutively. 3 of them were supreme geniuses. His battle achievements were too glorious. Lu Ming from the Eastern Wilderness. He's from the Eastern Wilderness. His powerful devouring power should be the talent of the 9 dragons. Sanguinarum stared at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking. Similarly, many elites of the Tianwu sword sect also had murderous intent in their eyes. However, no one dared to do so on such an occasion. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the violent roars on the platform finally pulled everyone back from their thoughts. Everyone shifted their gazes away from Lu Ming. The battle between Heartless Monk and Yang Patian had also reached its final stage. Yang Patian was no match for Heartless Monk. After 100 moves, he was defeated by Heartless Monk and blasted out of the platform. At this point, the top 3 were born. They were Long Chen, Lu Ming, and Heartless Monk. Many people were looking forward to it. Now the 3 of them were all terrifyingly strong and unfathomable. Needless to say, Long Chen had always been the most powerful elite. He was the first to become a spirit god, and was invincible among his peers. Just now he had defeated Tuobashir with 1 punch, which shocked everyone. Heartless Monk, the Western Desert's eccentric holy monk, was extremely strong and had defeated Yang Patian. He kept smiling and looked harmless, making people feel that he was unfathomable. Lu Ming could be considered the strongest dark horse this time. First, he had transformed into Lu Shaoqing. Then he had transformed into the commander of the law enforcement army. He had slaughtered his way here, defeating numerous experts and even a prodigy like the Underworld Child. His strength was unfathomable. Everyone was looking forward to the clash between the 3. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming, or the unscrupulous monk, could force out Long Chen's true strength. That was because until now, no one knew how strong Long Chen was. My hair. Monk Wuliang chanted the name of Buddha and looked at Lu Ming. Haha, benefactor, so your name is Lu Ming. Nice to meet you. Monk, we've met several times. Lu Ming smiled. Haha, that's right. Benefactor Lu's combat strength is profound and admirable. I didn't expect you to defeat the Underworld Child. I fought with the Underworld Child many times in the past, but I couldn't defeat him. Since you defeated him, I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. Monk Wuliang chuckled, then turned around and stepped off the platform. Monk Wuliang admitted defeat. Now only Lu Ming and Long Chen were left. The 9 Dragons bloodline. Interesting. I'd like to see the power of the 9 Dragons bloodline. Long Chen, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He looked at Lu Ming with anticipation in his eyes. This kind of anticipation was like a person who had been invincible for too long and had no opponents. Now that he suddenly saw an opponent, he revealed that kind of anticipation. Yes, Long Chen had been invincible for too long. He had been invincible among the younger generation. He needed an opponent and longed for one. Without a doubt, in his heart, Lu Ming could become his opponent. This was not arrogance, but his true thoughts. I'd like to fight with you, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in the first place. After saying that, Lu Ming moved and left the platform. Lu Ming's target was the 2nd or 3rd place. He didn't want to take the 1st place at all. The 1st place was to marry Xian Yanlin. Lu Ming only wanted the 2nd or 3rd place to make the Sacred Emperor agree to one of his conditions. Lu Ming actually admitted defeat. What a pity. It's really a pity. Many people sighed. They thought that they would be able to see a peak battle, but the result was unexpected. First, Monk Wuliang admitted defeat. Then Lu Ming also admitted defeat directly. In this way, this competition ended just like that. Alright, this competition ends here. Long Chen has taken the 1st place and will be engaged to my daughter, Xian Yanlin, soon. Xie Qitian stood up and announced. Besides Xie Qitian, Xian Yanlin smiled happily. On the platform, Long Chun looked at Xian Yanlin with a smile on his face. Not many people knew that Long Chun and Xian Yanlin had feelings for each other, and had been secretly dating for a long time. This competition was just a formality. Xian Yanlin and Xie Qitian knew that Long Chun would take the first place without any suspense. It was impossible for anyone to defeat Long Chun. Xie Qitian could also take this opportunity to win over many overlord forces, and establish good relations with them. It was killing many birds with one stone. From now on, the Heavenly Sun Palace and the Imperial Xie family will be married. The Imperial family will be even more powerful. Someone sighed secretly. Long Chun came from the Heavenly Sun Palace, an extremely powerful overlord force. Long Chun and Xian Yanlin's marriage meant that the two forces would be strong in the future. In this generation of the Imperial family, there are many geniuses. Xian Yanjuan, Xian Yanlin, and Xie Yan are all top geniuses. Is the Imperial family going to return to glory? The Imperial family's luck is indeed strong. In the future, with the marriage with the Heavenly Sun Palace, there is a possibility that the two strongest geniuses will rise. However, other forces may not let them rise as they wish. In the dark, some people whispered to each other. The marriage between the Imperial family and the Heavenly Sun Palace had far-reaching effects. And Lu Ming, heartless monk. Xie Qitian looked at Lu Ming and heartless monk. The two of them flew onto the platform and bowed to Xie Qitian. I agree. For the second and third place, I can promise you one thing. What do you want to ask for? Lu Ming, you go first. Xie Qitian looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was finally time. He had been waiting for this moment. The Wang family patriarch, Jiang family patriarch, Di Shun, and the others were also nervous. If Lu Ming asked for the sacred emperor to protect him against De, it would be troublesome. De could do nothing against the ancient Saint dynasty. Sacred emperor, Lu Ming has no other request. I only ask for one thing, and that is to set Nianqing free. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Xie Qitian frowned. The others were also stunned. Chapter 1134. No one had expected Lu Ming's request to set someone free. Nianqing? Who is that? Many people were curious. This name is very similar to the two princesses. I heard that the royal family has a little princess whose bloodline is different from the royal family. Could it be that Lu Ming is talking about this little princess? Someone guessed. In the end, many people sighed. Lu Ming's request was not worth it. It was a waste of a great opportunity. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm. In his heart, this was the most important thing. The Wang family head, Jiang family head, the arch-god, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would ask Xie Qitian to protect him. Haha, how foolish. The Wang family head laughed in his heart. Lu Ming, don't be delusional. Xian Yanqing is different. You want to set her free? What a joke. Also, back in Jiulong City in the eastern wilderness, you were the one who repeatedly obstructed us and injured the royal family's people. How dare you say such words today? How audacious. Xie Zhen got up and looked at Lu Ming coldly, berating him loudly. What? How dare you injure the royal family's people? Lu Ming, you sneaked into the enforcer troop and purposely destroyed the relationship between the royal family and the other overlords. What are your intentions? A middle-aged man stood up and said coldly. Lu Ming recognized that this man was the royal uncle, Xie Qiyu, who had appeared when Lu Ming was confronting the Sky Martial Sword Sect's elders at the Enforcer Hall. Because of Lu Ming, their relationship with the Sky Martial Sword Sect had deteriorated, forcing Xie Qiyu to appear. He was already unhappy with Lu Ming, so he naturally came out to scold him. She is indeed the little princess of the royal family. That weirdo. Xie Zhen's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. But how did Lu Ming get to know the little princess? It seemed that in the eastern wasteland, the imperial family had suffered losses at the hands of Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really a monster. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Xie Zhen and Xie Qiyu before ignoring them. He faced the Saint Emperor and said, Saint Emperor, you said that as long as I get into the top 3, I can make a request of you. My request is to set Nianqing free. I can give up everything else, including entering the Saint Emperor Ancient Palace. Lu Ming's posture was ramrod straight. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and his gaze was firm. Xie Qitian frowned even more. His face turned cold as he said, "Lu Ming, this won't do. You'd better change your condition." There was no room for doubt in his tone. Xie Qitian's meaning was very clear. It was impossible for him to do that. However, Lu Ming would not give up just like that. "Holy Emperor, why not? Is it because Nianqing's bloodline is different from the rest of the imperial family? Could it be that only those with pure and holy blood were from the Xie clan? Those who lean towards the dark bloodline are not from the Xie clan? Please forgive me for my humble opinion. This way of thinking is too pedantic." Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the area, silencing everyone. Almost everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. How dare Lu Ming talk to the Saint Emperor like that? Even a fool could tell that Lu Ming was implying that the Saint Emperor was pedantic. He was really audacious. Even other emperors did not dare to speak to Xie Qitian in this manner. Lu Ming's words were simply too shocking. "How dare you? Lu Ming, you lowly ant. How dare you talk to my father like that? You're courting death." Xiezhen roared. "You deserve to die and your entire family should be exterminated." Xie Qiyu shouted coldly. Although his words were short, they were filled with killing intent. Xie Qitian did not speak. He was still frowning slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming continued to ignore Xiezhen and Xie Qiyu. He did not even look at them as he continued to face Xie Qitian. Bloodline is just a tool for martial artists. It depends on how you use it. If you use it well, it's good. If you don't use it well, it's not good. Why do we have to look at the attribute? The key is the person using it. Lu Ming's voice was loud and clear. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not afraid at all as he argued. "Ridiculous. Xie Nianqing has a different bloodline. That's a rebel bloodline. If she was set free, she would have turned against the imperial family." Xiezhen continued to berate. "Haha, ridiculous. What is a rebel bloodline?" Back then, the chaotic Sky Emperor was forced out. If the imperial family treated him equally, without humiliation or oppression, how could he betray us? Lu Ming laughed. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the imperial family. Cold killing intent shrouded Lu Ming. "How dare you? You're courting death. You deserve to die. You've committed a heinous crime." Roars rang out as powerful existences were enraged. Terrifying auras filled the air as if the world was about to be destroyed. Endless pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Among them, there were quite a number of powerful figures at the supreme level. Boom. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist, but he was still suppressed by the pressure. His body shook violently and he quickly retreated. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The chaotic Sky Emperor was a taboo of the imperial family. Lu Ming dared to mention it on such an occasion. This was a sore spot for the imperial family. Sacred Emperor, there is an ancient saying that a monarch is not joking. Moreover, you're the sacred emperor. Do you want to go back on your words? Lu Ming shouted. Since he had come this far, there was no way out. Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He could only move forward bravely. When I said that I would agree to a condition, I was referring to something that I could do. Xie Qitian said. What's so difficult about my condition? Moreover, Nianqing is your daughter, your biological daughter. Did you give birth to her just to lock her up for life? Lu Ming shouted. The true essence in his body circulated crazily. The five-colored intent enveloped his body to resist the pressure from the outside. How dare you? Men, kill this man. Xiezhen shouted. His killing intent was boundless and his face was ferocious. Back then, when he was in Nine Dragons City, he went there as the prince of the ancient sage dynasty. He should have been high and mighty and everyone would surround him. However, in the end, Lu Ming defeated him in front of everyone and made him lose face. He had always hated Lu Ming. Even after so long, he hadn't forgotten about it. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Kill! Two guards in iron armor shouted. Terrifying auras erupted, and they were about to step out and kill Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. They thought that Lu Ming was going to die today. It was a pity that such a genius would die. Enough. At this moment, Xie Qitian said faintly. He waved his hand gently, and the two guards immediately stopped. The other members of the imperial family also restrained their auras. Lu Ming felt his body relax, and he let out a long breath. Lu Ming, I'm the emperor and I'm a man of my word. However, your condition is an important matter for the royal family. I can't agree to it so easily. How about this? Nianqing is now in the 9 underworlds demon realm, fighting for the royal family and hunting the demon Sha clan. If you're willing to enter the 9 underworlds demon realm, and hunt the demon Sha clan, and when you've killed enough demon Sha clan members and accumulated enough merits for the royal family, I'll let you leave together. Xie Qitian said after pondering for a while. Chapter 1135. Sacred Emperor, are you serious? Lu Ming stared at Xie Qitian. I'm a man of my word. Everyone who enters the abyss of demons realm and kills the demon Sha clan will get points. As long as you can get 10,000 points, I promise to let the two of you go and never interfere with Nianqing's affairs again. Xie Qitian said. Okay, I promise. Lu Ming said. In front of so many emperors and people, Lu Ming believed that Xie Qitian would not go back on his word. Lu Ming also knew that it would not be easy to kill the demon Sha clan in the abyss of demons realm, but there was still hope. Moreover, his identity had been exposed and De would know soon. In the abyss of demons realm, not only could he find Xie Nianqing, but he could also avoid De temporarily. For Lu Ming, it was killing two birds with one stone. At this time, Xie Zhen, Xie Qiyu, and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not say anything. No one knew what they were thinking. Okay, it's settled. When the banquet is over, I'll ask someone to take you to the abyss of demons realm. Xie Qitian said. Then Xie Qitian asked Heartless Monk about his conditions. Heartless Monk was smart and said not to mention it for the time being. Okay, 3 days later, the top 10 can enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to comprehend. Xie Qitian announced. Then the banquet continued. The banquet lasted for half a day before it ended. The overlords began to leave one by one. The Wang family patriarch, Jiang family patriarch, Di Shen and the others also left in a hurry. They had to rush back to the eastern wilderness to report to De about Lu Ming. It was too strange. Lu Ming was still in the Talisman Puppet sect, so why did he suddenly appear in the central continent and enter the abyss of demons realm? They had to let De know as soon as possible. Soon the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming, come with us. 2 guards in iron armor came to Lu Ming and said with a cold expression. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the two of them and discovered that he could not see through their cultivation level. It was unfathomable. To the abyss of demons realm? Lu Ming said. That's right. The Sacred Emperor ordered us to bring you to the 9 underworlds devil domain. The entrance to the 9 underworlds devil domain is to the north of the holy city. One of the armored guards said. Please. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 armored guards took the lead, and Lu Ming followed behind them, heading north of the holy city. Not long after, they arrived at the north side of the Saint City. Then they passed through layers upon layers of barriers, and arrived before a giant door made of light. Along the way, Lu Ming calculated that they had passed through a total of 18 checkpoints. Each checkpoint had an extremely powerful formation, and was guarded by a powerful expert. From this, it could be seen that the royal family placed great importance on this place. This is the entrance to the demon realm of the 9 underworlds. Take this jade pendant. As long as you kill a member of the demon temple in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds, the jade pendant will sense it, and you will get the corresponding points. But in the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of a sneer. Thank you. Lu Ming took the jade token and put it away. Okay, let's go in. One of the guards said. Lu Ming nodded, then turned around and stepped into the light door, disappearing from sight. He wants to get 10,000 points in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? What a fool's dream. He'll stay there for the rest of his life. The Holy Emperor's move is brilliant. The 2 guards sneered, then turned around and strode away. At this moment, Xie Zhen and Xie Qiyu were sitting opposite each other in a hall in the royal palace. Brother, your move is brilliant. Not only did you shut Lu Ming's mouth, but you also fulfilled your promise. I'm really impressed. Xie Qiyu took a sip of spiritual tea and smiled faintly. It's almost impossible to get 10,000 points by killing a member of the demon temple in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds. But I still feel uneasy. Xiezhen frowned and said, Xianyanqing, that bitch, is too talented. He's not weaker than the overlord level Heaven's Pride. Moreover, he awakened a dark bloodline. He's like a fish in water in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds. He can still cultivate and improve his cultivation. As for Lu Ming, he is even more shocking. More than 3 years ago, he was only at the Spirit Sea realm, and his cultivation level was lower than mine. However, in just slightly more than 3 years, his cultivation level has soared to the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. His combat ability is even more shocking. He has defeated many giants and supreme talents consecutively. In my opinion, apart from Long Chun, no one can suppress him. I can't rest easy as long as such a person is alive. You want to kill him in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? Xie Tianyu said. Yes, but although Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 3rd level Spirit God realm, his battle strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that ordinary 6th level Spirit God realm experts are no match for him. To kill him, we'll have to send 7th level Spirit God realm experts or even stronger existences. But with my authority, I can't mobilize such powerful existences, so I need Uncle's help. Xiezhen said. Yes, you're right. Lu Ming can't be left alive. Moreover, we'll take this opportunity to kill that freak Xianyanqing as well. Xie Qiyu's face revealed a cold smile. Thank you, Uncle. Xiezhen was overjoyed and thanked him. After Lu Ming stepped into the light door, he stepped out of another light door in the next moment. Where is this? Lu Ming glanced around and found that he had arrived at another place. This place seemed to be a city. Above the city, there was a huge light screen that enveloped the entire city, and the scene outside the light screen couldn't be seen clearly. Is this the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Another person has come. A voice came from the side, and Lu Ming saw a few burly men in armor. Brothers, is this the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? Lu Ming stepped forward and asked. Yes, this is the demon realm of the 9 underworlds. We're the martial artists of the imperial family, and we're responsible for guarding this city to prevent the Masha clan from attacking the exit. Why are you here? One of the burly men explained, and then asked. I'm here to kill the Masha clan and earn points. Lu Ming said, but he didn't tell the truth. Another exile. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the burly men's faces turned cold, and they sneered. Exile. Lu Ming frowned. All right, you'll stay in this city for the night. The moon is in the sky now, and the demon chi is at its thickest. In order to prevent the demon chi from seeping in, the city is now closed and won't be opened. You can leave the city tomorrow. One of the burly men in armor waved his hand casually. Lu Ming nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He strode out of the place. Soon, Lu Ming came to a street and found that there were quite a lot of people here. However, each of them had a strong aura, and they were all experts. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were many existences in the spiritual god realm. These people were all sent by the imperial family to guard this place. Lu Ming walked around and asked around. As expected, he couldn't leave the city now and had to wait until the next day. Lu Ming found a quiet place, sat cross-legged, and waited quietly. Chapter 1136. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, they exuded a terrifying aura, causing the expressions of the burly men to change drastically. Gentlemen, where did you come from? One of the burly men asked. One of the old men waved his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. When the burly men saw the token, they immediately straightened their bodies and showed respect on their faces. So it's you, sirs. May I know what brings you here? One of the burly men asked cautiously. Did a young man come in earlier? The old man with the token asked. Are you talking about that exiled person? He came in about an hour ago. He should be somewhere in the city now. The burly man in the armor replied respectfully. Somewhere in the city. The 4 old men nodded and left. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Lu Ming flew toward the city wall. Those who want to leave the city, hurry up. At the city gate, a burly man in armor shouted. At this time, the city gate had opened, and only one person could pass through at a time. From the opening, black mist filled the air. Lu Ming's body flashed, and he rushed out of the opening. Is this the 9 underworlds demon realm? After rushing out of the city, the light suddenly dimmed. The light between heaven and earth was very dim, and there was a black mist floating between heaven and earth. The entire land was dark. Looking up, there was a sun in the sky, but the sun was also dark, and it looked very depressing. This place is filled with dense demon qi, but there is no spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming sensed that there was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth in this place, and it was filled with dense demon qi. For ordinary warriors, it would be very difficult to cultivate here. Because there was no spiritual qi of heaven and earth, they could only absorb demon qi and refine it. However, the difficulty of refining demon qi was dozens or hundreds of times more difficult than refining spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But for Lu Ming, it did not matter. He had the 9-dragon bloodline and could devour and refine everything. He could also quickly refine demon qi. Little Qing, where are you? Lu Ming looked into the distance, and his body moved, turning into a beam of light and rushing forward. Not long after Lu Ming disappeared, 4 old men rushed out of the city behind him. Their expressions changed, and they chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming went forward, looking at the 9 underworlds demon realm. The 9 underworlds devil realm was vast and boundless, with mountains, rivers, and rivers. It was said that it was an extremely large mid-sized plane that had automatically evolved into a boundless world. There were also countless creatures living here, all types of plants, too many to count. Moreover, most of the plants were black, or dark red, and so on. There were also powerful demonic beasts here. However, these demonic beasts were born by absorbing demonic qi. They were called demonic beasts. Their intelligence was on the lower side, but they were very strong. Of course, the ruler of the 9 underworlds demon realm was the Masha clan. It was said that the Masha clan used to be a big clan in the Divine Wilderness continent in ancient times, and they occupied a large territory. Later, they were defeated by the human race, and fled to the 9 underworlds demon realm. But they were still very strong, and they often attacked the ancient Saint Dynasty Xia family. Therefore, the imperial family sent a large army to guard the entrance. Moreover, the Masha clan was very cunning, and they could fly in the 9 underworlds demon realm. It was difficult to kill them. Although the imperial family Xia family would send experts to kill them every once in a while, it was impossible to kill all of them, and they were a big problem for the imperial family. There was also a rumor that the reason why Xiaowan, the emperor of chaos, could start a rebellion and hurt the imperial family Xia family was because of the help of the Masha clan. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from a mountain peak below. It was moving at an alarming speed, aiming for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out 2 fingers and accurately flicked the black light away. This is the Masha clan? Lu Ming looked at the creature that had attacked him. It was a short humanoid creature that was 2 heads shorter than Lu Ming. This creature was covered in black hair, and there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back. On its wings there were sharp black bone spikes. The bone spikes that had stabbed at him just now were the same kind of bone spikes. Moreover, this creature had a mouth full of fangs, and its appearance was incomparably hideous. It was like the legendary Azura. This was the Masha clan. Human kill. The Masha clan roared. In his hand, there was a black bone spike. With a flap of his fleshy wings, he rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The bone spike in his hand was like a sharp sword, stabbing towards Lu Ming. This Masha clan had the battle power of a human martial arts practitioner at the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light appeared. With a flash, it flew out like a bolt of lightning, killing this Masha clan member. Then a jade token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. However, there was no reaction from the jade token. Didn't they say that after killing the Masha clan member, the jade token would give the corresponding points? Why is there no reaction? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Then he flew closer to the corpse of the Masha clan member, but there was still no reaction. There were no points at all. What's going on? Lu Ming's frown deepened. Not good, Lu Ming. There are a few powerful beings flying towards us at an extremely fast speed. They are coming from the direction of the city that you came from just now. Dandan, who had just arrived at the 9 underworld's devil realm, suddenly cried out. How many powerful beings are there? Could they be here to kill the Masha clan as well? Lu Ming muttered as he looked in that direction. Xiao, 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 xiao. 4 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed, bringing with them a rolling sound of explosions. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up, and cold murderous intent spread out. There's murderous intent. They are here to kill me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated without hesitation. Lu Ming Dai. An old man in a black robe roared. His voice shook the heavens. Behind him, a silver combat sword was unsheathed. A ray of silver sword gleam lit up the dark Jiuyo demon realm, splitting the entire sky. The terrifying sword aura instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of miles, and slashed toward Lu Ming. Not good, it's the 8th level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The power of the sword was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Moreover, it was so fast that Lu Ming didn't have time to perform the bloodline fusion. He could only unleash the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline and merge it with his body. At the same time, his glabella lit up, and the small red pagoda appeared. It enlarged rapidly and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Clang! The silver sword light slashed the red pagoda, and the terrifying power sent it flying, crashing into Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the small red pagoda flew back like 2 cannonballs. Boom! Lu Ming crashed into a mountain and broke the peak of the mountain. His body flew back a few miles before he stopped in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1137. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The 4 elders had already appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him tightly. Their terrifying aura was released without any concealment, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on him. 2 7th level and 2 8th level spirit god realm experts. After sensing briefly, Lu Ming knew the abilities of the 4 of them. The Imperial Xie family is really despicable. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. There wouldn't be a second force other than the Imperial Xie family that could enter this place to kill him. He didn't need to guess to know that these 4 people must have been sent by the Imperial Xie family. Lu Ming really didn't expect that the Imperial Xie family, as the imperial family of the ancient Saint dynasty, and an ancient family with a heritage of 1,000,000 years, would be so despicable. They promised him in front of others, but secretly sent people to kill him. Moreover, they really thought highly of him. They actually sent 2 7th level and 2 8th level spirit god realm experts. These people belong to the advanced level of the spirit god realm. Even in the various forces, they were the top experts. Those who could cultivate to the 7th level of the spirit god realm and above weren't weak. Generally, those with 2nd and 3rd level spirit god realm bloodlines wouldn't be able to cultivate to the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Those who could reach the 7th level of the spirit god realm and above would awaken bloodlines that were at least 4th level of the spirit god realm. There was no doubt that these people had mastered a spirit god realm martial skill and were very powerful. Even with Lu Ming's strength, defeating or even killing a 6th level spirit god realm expert wouldn't be a problem. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat a 7th level spirit god realm expert. Not to mention an 8th level spirit god realm existence. Lu Ming wouldn't stand a chance against an 8th level spirit god realm expert. This time, it could be said that he must be killed. Impudent. You can't judge the imperial family. You want to save a freak like Xian Yinqing? You must be dreaming. A 7th level spirit god realm old man berated. A saber floated above his head, and a terrifying saber intent bloomed in the air. Haha, you act one way in front of others. How can you be a member of the imperial family if you do such a despicable thing? No wonder the Xie family declined. Lu Ming sneered. How dare you? You're courting death. Everyone, hold the line for me. Leave this brat to me. I will definitely kill him today. The old man with the floating saber shouted with killing intent. All right, I'll leave him to you. The old man at the 8th level of the spirit god realm that attacked earlier nodded, and then he retreated with the other 2 to form an enormous encirclement. They surrounded Lu Ming and Chen Xi at the center and blocked off all paths of retreat for Lu Ming. Clang. The battle saber vibrated as it was held in the elder's hand. His eyes were filled with excitement as he smiled malevolently. Lu Ming, remember, the one who killed you is Xie Chu. The saber slashed down, and the saber power filled the air. A vast and terrifying saber light violently slashed toward Lu Ming. Above Lu Ming's head, the third bloodline appeared. A wisp of power entered Lu Ming's body, turning Lu Ming's long black hair blood red. At the same time, the third bloodline wriggled and turned into a long spear. Swoosh! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swept it out, colliding with the saber light. Bang! A terrifying explosion spread out 1,000 miles. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and his body involuntarily retreated repeatedly. The battle strength of a 7th-level spirit god is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming was secretly alarmed in his heart. The battle strength of a 7th-level spirit god had already completely surpassed Lu Ming's. So what if you're a Heaven's Pride whose name shakes the world? So what if you're a rare Heaven's Pride? You're still going to die at my hands. Xie Chu let out a long howl, and his saber intent became even stronger as he charged toward Lu Ming. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons, and with the support of the third bloodline's power, he unleashed a violent attack and fought with Xie Chu. Xie Chu also executed bloodline fusion. Xie Chu's bloodline was a 5th-level divine rank battle saber. Under his 7th-level spirit god cultivation, it was incomparably powerful, and Lu Ming was completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged a few tens of moves, and a few saber injuries appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. This kid's battle strength is truly shocking. He's actually able to fight Xie Chu for so long with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. It's simply inconceivable. An old man at the side spoke. Even if he was about to kill Lu Ming, he couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. In the spirit god realm, the further one advanced, the more difficult it was to surmount a level to battle. Being able to exchange so many moves with a 7th-level spirit god expert with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm was truly too shocking and simply inconceivable. They'd lived for a few thousand years, yet it was the first time they'd seen it. This kid's natural talent is truly heaven-defying. Besides Long Chen, there's really no one on the Divine Desolation continent that's a match for him. In the future, he'll become a terrifying and invincible emperor. Unfortunately, this kid is too lawless and only death awaits him. Another old man spoke with an extremely cold and indifferent voice, but his eyes contained admiration. Kid die. Xie Chu roared loudly, and his combat strength grew even more violent. After exchanging a few tens of moves, he was actually still unable to kill Lu Ming, and it caused him to feel extremely embarrassed. Moreover, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Old fellow, you've cultivated for a few thousands of years, yet you only possess this little bit of combat strength. If I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Lu Ming ridiculed while swiftly thinking of a way to escape in his heart. The surroundings were locked down by 3 experts, and it was too difficult to break out of the encirclement, mainly because 8th-level spirit gods were too strong. If there were 4 7th-level spirit gods, then Lu Ming was fully confident in his ability to break out of the encirclement with the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. However, there were 2 8th-level spirit gods, so Lu Ming's chances of breaking through were extremely small. Kid, do you think you're a genius? A dead genius isn't a genius. Let me tell you, after I kill you today, I'll go kill that bastard Xian Yanqing. All of you can dream of leaving this place. Xie Chu shouted coldly as his attacks grew even more violent. Bang! Killing intent surged from Lu Ming, and his eyes were blood red as he roared furiously. All of you still want to kill little Qing? That despicable bastard should have died long ago. This time, we'll get rid of him once and for all. Xie Chu sneered. All of you should die. Die. Kill. 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 Lu Ming let out a furious roar. His 3rd bloodline vibrated, and strands of energy surged towards Lu Ming, filling Lu Ming's heart with endless killing intent. Initially, when Xie Chu said that they were going to kill Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming's murderous intent was already terrifyingly intense. In addition, he had borrowed more power from the third bloodline. There was only murderous intent in his mind. Endless murderous intent. Kid, stop. You can't borrow too much power from your third bloodline. Otherwise, you'll become a puppet that only knows how to kill. Dandan called out beside Lu Ming, allowing Lu Ming to barely retain a trace of clarity. At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with endless power. The 9 dragons emitted a dense blood-red color. Whoosh! The 9 dragons clawed at Xiechu. Oh no, this power! Xiechu's pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of horror. In an instant, he felt that Lu Ming's power had increased exponentially, especially the killing intent. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to kill all living things in the world. It made his heart turn cold and tremble. The 9 dragons clawed at him, and he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Chapter 1138. Bang! Xiechu's body was directly blasted flying, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was enveloped by boundless killing intent and couldn't unleash his full strength at all. Coupled with Lu Ming borrowing even more power from the third bloodline, he directly injured Xiechu with an all-out attack. Subsequently, the 9 dragons roared and directly collapsed. But amidst the light of the 9 dragons' collapse, an enormous steel rushed out and emitted a dazzling radiance. Prison-suppressing steel bloodline. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it rapidly enlarged and became as large as a mountain. The prison-suppressing steel was similarly suffused with a dense bloody light as it pressed down on Xiechu with a powerful momentum. Help! Feeling the terrifying killing intent and aura on the prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything, Xiechu cried out in horror. Stop! The other 3 experts at the side shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming ignored them and continued to press down on Xiechu. No! Xiechu roared and resisted with all his might. But at this moment, he was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. How could he resist? Puff! As the prison-suppressing steel pressed down, Xiechu spat out large mouthfuls of blood as the blood vessels all over his body ruptured. In the next moment, his entire body exploded with a bang. Xiechu, a 7th-level spirit god expert, was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Bang! 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 At this moment, the other 3 attacks blasted onto the prison-suppressing steel at the same time, causing it to be sent flying. It emitted a violent vibration and almost collapsed. Kill, kill, kill. The prison-suppressing steel shook as Lu Ming's cold and emotionless voice continuously sounded out from it. This kid can't be allowed to live. An 8th-level spirit god old man spoke, and was extremely shocked in his heart. A 3rd-level spirit god martial artist was actually able to kill a 7th-level spirit god expert. It was truly too shocking, and he had never heard of it before. He felt a chill in his heart, and was filled with the desire to kill Lu Ming. 2 8th-level spirit gods and 1 7th-level spirit god released a terrifying aura that firmly locked onto Lu Ming. Today all of you will die. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. He wanted to borrow more power from his third bloodline to kill all of these people. Lu Ming, you can't continue borrowing the power of your bloodline. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain your consciousness. Dandan shouted. Kill. We must kill these people. Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, there was only a trace of clarity left in his mind. It was as if he would be swallowed up and drowned by the endless killing intent at any moment. However, it was obviously not enough to kill an 8th-layer spirit god, and he needed to borrow even more strength. However, once he borrowed even more strength, Lu Ming would find it difficult to maintain the tranquility in his heart, and he would definitely be devoured by the boundless killing intent. But at this point, was there any other way? Lu Ming could only go all out. Fine, I'll go all out this time. Brat, there's no need to continue borrowing power. Dandan let out a long sigh and flew away from Lu Ming's side towards the 3 experts. You 3 brats, if you can witness my true power today, you can die without regrets. Dandan said. At this moment his body was emitting a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from Dandan's body. This aura was high and mighty, as if he was the ruler of the world, overlooking the countless lives. It was like he was the world, and the world was him. In the dazzling light, Dandan's body grew at a terrifying speed. In the end, he turned into a divine turtle that was as tall as the sky, and even bigger than a 10,000-foot tall mountain. This is. The three old men turned pale with fright as they felt a fatal threat from the giant divine turtle. Die. A voice came out of the giant divine turtle's mouth. The giant turtle clawed at the 7th layer spirit god expert. The 7th layer spirit god expert wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't move his body. He was imprisoned there as if he was locked by a world. No. He roared as he saw the giant claw coming down, and his body exploded. Not good. Run. The remaining 2 8th layer spirit god experts roared in horror. They wanted to escape, but their bodies seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and it was extremely difficult to move. Kill. The giant turtle spat out the word kill, and 2 rays of light shot out from its mouth, piercing through the 2 8th layer spirit god experts' foreheads and killing them. 2 8th level spirit god realm experts had died just like that. Even though Lu Ming was filled with endless killing intent, he was still dumbfounded. After killing the 3 experts, the giant turtle shrunk rapidly and turned back into a little turtle. It lay in the air weakly and shouted, "What a loss, what a loss! I've been accumulating energy for so long, and it's almost gone in an instant. Lu Ming, you must accompany me, accompany me." Dandan shouted and floated towards Lu Ming weakly. "Let's go." Lu Ming's mind still had a trace of clarity. He waved his hand and put Dandan and the 2 8th layer spirit god experts' corpses into the mountain and river diagram. His body moved, and he left this place. Such a big commotion just now would definitely alarm the experts in the city. He had to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ming turned into a ray of blood-red light and crossed the boundless earth. Soon he appeared a million miles away. He found a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram. Once he entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. He closed his eyes and did his best to resist the endless killing intent. The endless killing intent seemed to be able to drown Lu Ming at any time, and turn Lu Ming into a killing machine. The blood-red light on his body flickered. Slowly, the blood-red light faded and returned to the 3rd bloodline. He sat there for half a month. Half a month later, the power of the 3rd bloodline was completely withdrawn into the 3rd bloodline, and Lu Ming withdrew it to his spine. At the same time, he dispelled the endless killing intent in his heart. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was no longer any killing intent in his eyes, and they were clear and bright. Huff. Lu Ming let out a long breath. This time it was really close. The killing intent in the 3rd bloodline had almost devoured his mind. The 3rd bloodline was a double-edged sword. He had to be cautious when using it. If his cultivation was not high enough and he borrowed too much power, he would be drowned in the endless killing intent. This time, fortunately, Dandan made a move at the end. Otherwise, he would have to borrow even more power. In that case, Lu Ming would very likely be drowned by the endless killing intent and become a killing puppet. At the thought of Dandan, Lu Ming looked to the side and happened to see Dandan lying there, chewing on a stalk of spirit medicine in her mouth. She looked weak. Seeing that Lu Ming had woken up, Dandan jumped on Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, "Lu Ming, this time I lost too much. My vitality is greatly damaged. You have to compensate me for the spiritual herbs, or I'll never let you off." "Okay, I'll give you any spiritual herbs that I don't need in the future." Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand, and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared. Dandan's eyes lit up. It swallowed all the spiritual herbs in one gulp and left them to eat slowly. "Boy, at least you have some conscience." Chapter 1139. It's indeed powerful. This time, Lu Ming was full of heartfelt admiration. Lu Ming was shocked that Dandan could turn into such a terrifying giant tortoise and kill an 8th layer spirit god in an instant. "Don't make a fuss. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that my strength is far from recovered, I would be much stronger than that. I'm the world tortoise, the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. If I were at my peak and transformed into my true form, I would be as big as the world. Not to mention a mere 8th layer spirit god. Even a martial emperor would be killed by me." Dandan was smug. He felt comfortable all over at the sight of Lu Ming's impressed expression. "Could it be that you surpassed the martial emperor realm at your peak?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming naturally believed that Dandan was a super expert who had been reborn. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such means. Nonsense, which one of the top 10 battle beasts isn't an invincible existence? Martial emperors are nothing. Take your 9 dragons for example. If they were at their peak, they would be able to devour the sun and moon with a single gulp. What martial emperors? They would be able to devour everything in one gulp. Dandan had an invincible confidence. It then sighed and said, I don't know if any of the top 10 battle beasts survived except for me. The battle back then sigh. In the end, Dandan let out a long sigh. Lu Ming pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Now, with Dandan's recovery, his memory seemed to have recovered a lot. He might even be able to hear some unknown secrets from him. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming and said, Sigh, I'm too weak. I need a good rest. After saying this, it ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. He then moved and appeared on another mountain. The corpses of the 2 8th-layer Spirit God Realm elders were still lying there. The corpses of Spirit God Realm experts would not rot even after a few years or decades. Unfortunately, the true Qi and blood Qi have already dissipated. Lu Ming sensed it and sighed, feeling that it was a bit of a waste. However, the blood essence should still be there. The blood essence of an expert at the 8th level of the Spirit God Realm probably won't disperse even after a year has passed. With a thought, Lu Ming activated his 9 dragons bloodline and unleashed his devouring power. A total of 18 pearl-like drops of blood essence flew out and were devoured by the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. The blood essence and blood essence energy of 2 8th-level Spirit God martial artists were shockingly dense. Lu Ming started to refine them with all his might. Around the 9 dragons bloodline, 7 golden chakras shone dazzlingly. As the power of the essence blood continued to be refined and integrated, the 7 golden chakras shone brighter and brighter. After a short while, with a hum, another pale golden chakra emerged. The 8th golden chakra. His 9 dragons bloodline improved by another level, becoming a rank 8 divine bloodline. The 9 dragons bloodline let out a long roar as its body rapidly enlarged and lengthened. It had doubled in size and looked even more majestic. Withdraw. With a thought, Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline shrink rapidly, turning into a ray of bloodlight and entering Lu Ming's spine. As expected, there's an extra dragon force. Wait, this dragon force is so powerful. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he sensed it slightly. The upgrade of the 9 dragons bloodline also gave birth to an extra dragon force. However, Lu Ming felt that the 8th dragon force was so powerful that it was comparable to the previous 7 dragon forces combined. In fact, before this, Lu Ming had already discovered that every dragon force would be stronger than the previous one. However, the extent of the increase was very limited. It would not be too exaggerated. However, the 8th dragon force was much stronger than the 7th dragon force. A rank 8 divine bloodline is indeed extraordinary. No wonder only those who have awakened a rank 8 divine bloodline can be called second-class geniuses in the central continent. A rank 7 divine bloodline is much weaker than a rank 8 divine bloodline. Lu Ming pondered and a smile appeared on his face. The stronger the dragon force was, the stronger his battle strength would be when he unleashed it. Lu Ming was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the 9 dragons bloodline reached the highest rank, the rank 9 divine bloodline. How strong would the dragon force be? There was a huge difference between a rank 8 divine bloodline and a rank 9 divine bloodline. It could be seen by looking at the difference between a tycoon-level genius and a second-class genius. If both the 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline reached rank 9 divine bloodline, how strong would Lu Ming's battle strength be? If Lu Ming unleashed all of his dragon force now, he would definitely have an easier time and win against other tycoon-level geniuses, such as the Underworld Child and the Cerberus. Then Lu Ming put away the storage rings of the 2 old men. With a wave of his hand, flames spread out and turned the bodies of the 2 old men into ashes. Who sent people to kill me? Lu Ming pondered with a frown. At first, he thought it was Xie Qitian who sent people to kill him. But later, those people said that they wanted to kill Xie Nianqing after killing him. This made Lu Ming speculate that it shouldn't be Xie Qitian. If Xie Qitian wanted to kill Xian Yanqing, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Lu Ming guessed that it was someone else who sent people. Could it be Xiezhen? But does Xiezhen have such great power to mobilize an 8th-level spirit god expert? Lu Ming pondered. Xie Qitian had more than a dozen princes under him. Xie Qitian's talent was very ordinary, so he might not have such great power. There should be someone helping Xiezhen. Could it be Xie Qiyu? Because these two people wanted Lu Ming dead the most. At the same time, Xiezhen had sent people to assassinate Xian Yanqing. Therefore, he was the most likely. Xiezhen. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person was someone that Lu Ming must kill. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram and continued to head towards the depths of the 9 underworlds. This time Lu Ming slowed down. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of Devil Temple clansmen who attacked him. They were all at the Spirit Embryo Realm. There were those at the 7th, 8th, and 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. They were all easily killed by Lu Ming. However, no points appeared on the Jade token. Could it be that Xie Qitian lied to me? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a cold light as he continued to fly. After a day, Lu Ming didn't know how far he had traveled when a city appeared in front of him. Looking from afar, there were figures on the city. They were human martial arts practitioners and not Devil Temple clansmen. This should be the gathering place of the human race. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew towards the city. If there were people, he could ask them about Xian Yanqing. As Lu Ming approached, the people on the city noticed him and looked at Lu Ming coldly. It's a human. On the city wall, someone whispered with a bright gaze. Who are you? Someone on the city wall asked. I just entered the 9 underworlds not long ago. Please let me in. Lu Ming said. Newcomer. The eyes of the people on the city wall lit up even more as they said. Since you are a human, come in. Lu Ming nodded and flew up the city wall towards the city. The city wasn't big, so there were even fewer people on the road. Chapter 1140. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the city, numerous pairs of eyes looked at him. He's new. It's not the time for the imperial family to send people to hunt the Masha clan. Looks like this person offended the imperial family and was exiled here. He's so young. He's probably a genius of some power. He's definitely rich. Leave this person to me. I need origin stones. Bullshit. Who doesn't need origin stones? This kid is mine. Numerous voices sounded out in the surroundings, and all of them stared at Lu Ming with burning gazes. These voices naturally entered into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming frowned as a trace of cold light blossomed from his eyes. He's mine. There was an angry bellow and a burly figure dashed out. He lifted his big hand and pressed it toward Lu Ming. Space trembled without end as a powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. This was a first-level spirit god realm expert. You're courting death. Lu Ming's gaze went cold as he slashed out with his palm. His palm was like a heavenly blade that slashed onto this person's palm. Crack. The bones in this person's palm were directly broken by Lu Ming. He let out a shrill cry as his figure retreated madly, and he looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. This person has some ability. Attack together. Someone shouted loudly. Instantly, 7 or 8 figures pounced towards Lu Ming. These figures were actually domain enlightened spirit god realm experts. There were first-level spirit god realm experts, second-level spirit god realm experts, and the strongest was third-level spirit god realm experts. The 8 of them attacked together, and their momentum was extremely terrifying. All kinds of attacks covered Lu Ming's entire body. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, he would be injured or even suppressed under the siege of so many experts. But how could an ordinary 3rd-level spirit god realm expert compare to Lu Ming? He circulated the hell-suppressing heaven art and slashed out 8 times in succession. Bang, bang, bang. 8 explosions sounded out, followed by a wave of the sound of bones breaking and shrill cries. The 8 figures spat out blood as they retreated, crashing heavily into the surrounding buildings. No matter if it was a 1st-level spirit god, a 2nd-level spirit god, or even a 3rd-level spirit god, they all suffered the same fate. And this was Lu Ming showing mercy. Otherwise, all of them would have died in one move. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Ming in horror. It's too terrifying. It's only a single move, yet all 8 experts were heavily injured. And even that expert at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm was no exception. What sort of combat strength is this? Moreover, he looked so young, which was even more unbelievable. Could it be that he's one of the top geniuses outside? Someone said in a trembling voice, causing everyone to shudder. No one dared to make a move. Even though there were a few hundred people in this city, it was impossible for all of them to be at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. In reality, most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, and there were only a dozen or so at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. When those people met Lu Ming's gaze, their hearts trembled, and they didn't dare to look directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above the expert at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. It was an old man with white hair and a skinny figure. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ming in horror. Lu Ming's palm strike just now contained an extremely terrifying power, but it didn't explode. He had a feeling that if it exploded, he would already be dead. Young hero, please spare my life. This old man was confused for a moment. The old man kept begging for mercy. Speak. Why did you attack me as soon as I came in? Lu Ming asked coldly. Sigh, we were forced to do so. Young hero, you must have just entered the underworld, right? Allow me to explain to you in detail. The skinny old man sighed, and then he explained in detail. It turned out that these people had offended the imperial family, or simply belonged to the ancient Saint dynasty. Because of their mistakes, they were exiled to the underworld to hunt the Devil Temple clan to atone for their sins. However, the Devil Temple clan was innumerable in the underworld demon domain, and they were scattered everywhere. It was very dangerous. As for the martial artists of the human clan, they absorbed and refined the demon chi very slowly in the underworld demon domain. After a long time, they had already used up the origin stones that they had brought. If the speed of refining the demon chi was too slow, it would be very disadvantageous for them in the battle against the Devil Temple clan. Sometimes, it was not them who hunted the Devil Temple clan, but the Devil Temple clan who hunted them. They had no choice but to gather together and build a city to defend against the Devil Temple clan. This was also the reason why Lu Ming saw this small city now. For the people of the underworld demon domain, what was the most precious thing? Of course, the origin stones were the most precious thing. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming had just entered the underworld demon domain, they were naturally greedy and wanted to seize Lu Ming's origin stones. To put it bluntly, these people were just a group of pitiful people. You can all leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the few people who wanted to fight, leaving only the old man. The skinny old man's cultivation was the highest among these people, and he should be the leader of these people. Young hero, do you have any other orders? The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming, and he was a little nervous. To be honest, he had lived for a long time, but he had never seen such a powerful young expert before. Let me ask you, the imperial family exiled you here to let you kill the Devil Temple clan, so that you can get points. When you have enough points, they will let you go, right? Lu Ming asked. Yes, that's right. However, the points are just a scam. The skinny old man gritted his teeth. A scam? What's going on? Why didn't I get any points from killing the Devil Temple clan? Lu Ming asked. Young hero, the imperial family told you. How many points do you need to get out? The skinny old man asked. 10,000. Lu Ming said. 10,000. The skinny old man's eyes suddenly widened, and he gasped with disbelief on his face. Lu Ming frowned, and he waited quietly for the old man to continue. Haha, young hero, in my opinion, the imperial family has no intention of letting you out at all. They want to keep you here forever. The old man smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Young hero, you still don't know how points are obtained, right? Let me tell you, killing members of the Devil Sha clan below the domain enlightened spirit god realm doesn't give you any points, and only by killing experts at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above can you obtain points. Killing a first-level spiritual god will give you 1 point, a second-level spiritual god will give you 2 points, A 3rd-level spiritual god will give you 3 points, and so on. Killing a 9th-level spiritual god will give you 9 points, and killing a perfect spiritual god will give you 10 points. Killing a Supreme Stage Devil Temple clan member will give you 100 points, and killing a Monarch Stage Devil Temple clan member will give you 10,000 points. The skinny old man explained. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly while killing intent flashed explosively in his eyes. He understood that he'd been tricked. Xie Qitian, a dignified Saint Emperor, had actually deceived him. According to this conversion, how could he possibly obtain 10,000 points? Killing a 1st-level spiritual god Devil Temple clan member would only give him 1 point, and killing a perfect spiritual